The cutter, to Danny's own admission, has not been the pitch that it has been in the past for Danny Farquhar. So he is down to the Rainiers, and Austin Jackson is starting tonight for the Mariners after 9 games rehabbing for the Rainiers. And earlier today, Austin talked about his excitement to be back with the big league club.
That's exciting. You know, it almost feels like the first day again. You know, and you wanna come back, you want to help, but you got to make sure you're ready. You know, you don't want to come back, half speed. So getting to play those games, really getting to one thing, getting it right physically, but mentally, I think it definitely helped as well.
So you can see there Austin Jackson back tonight, and Mike, this is something Lloyd talked about today. Kind of helps to stabilize things, especially at the top of the lineup.
Well, if you think about it, we've talked about the defense and the pitching, and that being the strength of this club. And if you look at what the starters have done over the last month, they've really pitched well. Well, when you have your everyday center fielder back in the lineup on a daily basis, it also helps Lloyd work things in right field and left field, because a lot of the guys have had to fill in the center. They've done a good job, but this is the guy that they have brought in to play every day, and he's one of the best defenders. And on top of that, he also hits at the top of the lineup, so maybe some of the other guys can be dropped down the lineup, help that bottom third for you, because Austin has seen a lot of pitches this year, has done a pretty good job overall of getting on base. I think he will help them out a lot, and it's good to have him back.
So he is in the Mariners lineup for the first time since May 3rd. You can see he hasn't forgotten the handshakes in the dugout. Mariners and the Rays. Well, last night it was game 1 as we take a look at our Alaska Super Bowl. Robinson Cano, 2 hits, 2 runs batted in, and Kyle Seager. What a road trip it's been for Seager at the plate and also defensively on the hot corner as the Mariners took game 1. And a big blast there. Mike Zunino basically punched it out of the ballpark here at St. Pete. We're back with more from Tropicana Field in just a moment. Casino presenting Gordon Lightfoot June 26. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. By Alaska Airlines, enjoy free entertainment on your own personal device. Learn more at alaskaair.com. And by Safeco Insurance. Find a local agent at Safeco.com. Do more. Not too far away from first pitch here in the middle game of this 3-game series. The Mariners winning last night. As we take a look now at our Lexus pitching matchup. Jay Happ making start number 9 of the season for the Mariners. Of course, his last start was a little bit of an odd one. A grand slam in the first inning. And then the rain, the skies opened up. The rain came falling down inside Camden Yards. So Happ only 2 innings in his last start. He'll be opposed by Alex Colomé. A man 26 years old out of the Dominican Republic, making only his 12th career start. And he's had an interesting story this year. He did not make his season debut with the Rays until the 1st of May. Had some visa problems and then had some health issues. A man out of options for Tampa Bay, so performance is critical for Colomé. And so far this year, he's been awfully good for Tampa Bay and first-year manager Kevin Cash. Well, he'll face Austin Jackson. He's leading off for the Mariners, fresh off the disabled list. Seth Smith. And then, of course, Robinson Cano coming off a 2-hit, 2 RBI night a night ago. Mariners and the Rays, first pitch coming up. You can almost see the humidity as the air conditioning is pumping inside Tropicana Field. The Mariners and the Rays getting set for the middle game of this 3-game series. The Mariners winning last night by a final score of 4-1. And with that, the Mariners enter tonight 2 games under 500. Right now, 4th place in the West. The Rays, meanwhile, 24-22. They'll send right-handed Alex Colomé out to the mound, making his first ever start against the Seattle Mariners. And Mike, having a look at the starting lineup for the Mariners they'll have to face tonight.
Tonight's starting lineup brought to you by Chevron. Leading things off, Austin Jackson. Welcome back to Austin Jackson. Just activated off the 15-day DL. Then it'll be Seth Smith. Cano with a couple of hits last night, also 2 RBIs. He will hit third. Cruz with an RBI, the cleanup hitter, and DH tonight. Kyle Seager, an 11-game hitting streak for Kyle. He will hit 5th, and it is Morrison. Castillo getting the start behind the plate, hitting 7th. Miller and Taylor rounding out the 9 for the Mariners. For Colomé, his pitch selection, you see the fastball 55%. A lot of sliders from him tonight. He'll mix in a changeup and a curveball, but mostly fastball slider. His fastball will be 93 to 95 miles an hour. And our American Family Insurance defensive setup. Elmore is in left field. Kiermaier in center. Geyer out in right. And on the infield, you have Evan Longoria at third. Beckham and Franklin playing up the middle. Forsythe is at first base, and Rene Rivera will do the catching.
Now, Colomé so far this year making only 5 starts before this one tonight. He has not pitched particularly deep into games. In fact, he's reached 6 innings only 1 time. And his last start right here at home on this homestand against the Oakland A's. 5 innings scoreless, only 4 hits. And it was lifted after only 86 pitches. So we will see what Colomé can do here tonight. His first ever start against the Seattle Mariners. And he has got a live arm. Has had trouble in the past with his command, but his numbers so far this year might not dictate that. Only 3 walks over just about 24 innings this year. And 19 strikeouts. Colomé, 26 years old, out of the Dominican Republic, as we say hello to Austin Jackson. Back in the Mariners lineup for the first time since May the 3rd, when he rolled his ankle at first base in Houston. Ball 1 to Jackson.
And already an interesting situation for Jackson. What we have seen from him from spring training and even in the start of the season before he went on the deal, hitting the ball the other way. The Rays put the shift on with Jackson hitting.
1 ball and 1 strike. That was something, you're right, Mike, we really saw early on in Peoria. And Jackson added some weight to his upper body, some good weight during the offseason. Wanted to help him endure the length of the season, but also give him a little extra pop.
Well, and I think the other thing, too, is he wanted to be able to let the ball travel a little bit deeper in the hitting area. And typically when you do that, you will hit the ball the other way.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Danny Farquhar optioned down to Tacoma. That's what makes room for Austin Jackson to join the club. Lloyd and Jack Sorenzik making that announcement last night after the game. Jackson 9 games with the Rainiers in his rehab, went 10 for 38. A double and a run batted in. Colomé's 1-2, and it skips in there. Kevin Cash, the man on the right, in his first season at the helm of the Tampa Bay Rays, was the bullpen coach last year for the Cleveland Indians. When the Mariners get back home for an 11-game homestand, the Indians will start things off for 4 games. 2-2 right back up the middle, and Colomé almost lost his hat. Hard hit single for Jackson. Nice way to come back to the lineup.
We'll take a look at the swing by Austin Jackson. They're trying to go to the outside corner. Just about gets it there. Pretty good fastball, but we mentioned Jackson hitting the ball up the middle the other way. Solid base hit for him.
Leadoff man reaches. That brings in Seth Smith. Smith having a nice road trip. A couple of doubles, a home run. Of course, Smith got this road trip started off with a bang with his leadoff home run in Game 1 against the Orioles. Mariners dropped 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, then took 2 out of 3 in Toronto. So right now this road trip at 4-3. Mariners overall winning 10 of their last 16, playing some good ball. Keeping an eye on Jackson. At the head, 2-0.
I think one of the other things that's important, and I'm sure that Lloyd is happy about, when you get Jackson, it's not just having the veteran guy, your everyday center fielder back, which is important. But I think now he can manage left and right field the way that he wants to. We've seen Ackley, we've seen Miller, we've seen Ruggiano, a number of guys having to fill in, and they all did well. They didn't have any problems out there. But I think it strengthens the club. And then on top of that, you get Miller, who's really been swinging the bat well down in the bottom 30 of your lineup to help that situation out.
Now you're right. That's a change tonight. Brad batting 8th. 2-1. Now Tropicana Field is not known as a ballpark to really pack them in. But tonight we might see an even smaller attendance than usual, as it is Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Stanley Cup Finals. And it's across the bridge in Tampa Bay. Of course, this is actually in St. Petersburg, this ballpark. So it should be a highly attended game across the bridge as the Rays are looking to go to the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Great job.
There goes Jackson. And it gets away from Beckham covering, and Austin into third base.
That's something they've been missing. The stolen base, E2, as Jackson will move up to third. Take a look at it. Good jump from Jackson. Saw Rivera throwing last night. Made a couple of really good throws. That one up the line a little bit. Beckham probably should keep that on the infield, but he gets past him, and a good break for the Mariners as Jackson will just cruise into third.
That single looking like a triple now. Mariners got 2 runs last night in the first inning. In fact, 2 runs before giving up an out. Chance to grab 1, if not more, here in the first inning tonight early on. Smith corks it to right field, a base hit. The Mariners have taken a 1-0 lead. Austin Jackson scoring his first run in a while for the Mariners, fresh off the disabled list. Seth Smith at RBI, his 11th.
Second baseman, number 22.
It's good to see the Mariners scoring early, and Seth Smith gets himself into a good count. Colomé decides to challenge him with a fastball. It is down, but a solid line drive into right. Mariners with 2 runs in the first inning in last night's ball game, scoring right away here in the first.
Nice trip around the base paths there for Austin Jackson. That single comes around to score. Now Smith at first base, and it brings in Robinson Cano. It was a matter of time for Cano, Mike, and last night it looks like maybe the start of the Cano that we've seen before.
Well, that's what you have to hope. Cano coming up with a couple of big base hits last night. I mentioned 2 runs in the first. Robbie had one of those base hits in an RBI, and then later when they really needed to add on, he was able to come up with another base hit to drive in a run, and that's something you would like to see. And it's not only that, it works its way down the lineup. The way Cruz has been swinging the bat, if Robbie can work that on base percentage back up to where we're used to it, that obviously would mean more production for Cruz.
1 ball and 1 strike. Cano last night, those 2 RBIs, his first multi-RBI game of the month. You can see his slash numbers there. Entering tonight, batting a little over 250 overall. Smith at first base. To the opposite field, but slicing foul and out of play. Been a bit of a strange year for Alex Colomé, 26 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Tonight making only his 12th ever career big league start. He entered this year out of options, so he could not be sent down to the minors. And for Colomé, performance was critical, but it did not get off to an easy start. He had visa problems coming from his home in the Dominican to spring training in Florida. The 1-2 to Cano. Towards shallow left field, towards the line, and a foul ball. Not by much. So he was delayed getting to spring training. Then once he actually got to Port Charlotte, he fell ill. He caught pneumonia, was in the hospital for a week. Of course, lost a lot of strength and some weight too. It took him nearly a month to regain his strength. So he was one of 4 Rays starting pitchers on the disabled list come opening day. One of 4 starting pitchers. Came to camp competing for the number 5 spot. Did not make his season debut until May 1st, where he pitched very well. Picked up the win against the Orioles through 5 scoreless, only 3 hits, and he struck out 6. Cano pops it up. Rivera giving chase into the dugout. And of course, that start for Colomé on the first against the Orioles, that was an odd start in and of itself, because he was pitching here at home but was wearing road gray and was part of the games that were moved from Baltimore. Of course, unfortunately, some civil unrest that you're well familiar with back in Baltimore not all that long ago. So that series against the Orioles was shifted here. So the Orioles took batting practice first. They hit in the bottom of the inning. They were the home team. So Colomé was the visiting pitcher in his home ballpark in his season debut. Smith still at first. Another foul ball.
This is something we've seen quite a bit at the start of this year. Is pitchers, especially the ones that have a pretty good fastball, trying to keep the ball in tight on Cano. That last pitch, you can see it on the EQC tracer. They wanted to get that cutter in on his hands. He left it out over the plate, but everything else inside.
Back-to-back singles off column A. A ball and 2 strikes to Cano. 1 run already in. And another foul. Pitch number 8 coming up. Mariners had a home run last night. That was in the 9th inning by Mike Zunino in a 9-pitch at bat. It's now 4 straight games the Mariners have hit a home run. Right now 3rd in the American League in that category, trailing the Yankees and the Astros. 2-2. Now Colomé, known as a pitcher who can take some time between pitches.
The other part about it is he also has good stuff, but there aren't a lot of swing and misses with him. So you can imagine that he has quite a few at bats. He doesn't walk many people. As you mentioned, 3 walks, but a lot of foul balls. This will be the 9th pitch of this at bat as Cano continues to fight him.
Smith at first base. He's singled. The 2-2 and a full count. Now, Mike, you're right about the swings and misses for Colomé. He has generated, this is incredible, only 2 swings and misses his last 2 games as he's getting set to face Cruz on deck. When you're pumping 95 with a pretty good slider at 87, you would think you'd get more whiffs than that.
You would think so, but apparently I think the hitters must see the ball pretty well out of his hand.
Three balls, 2 strikes. This is pitch number 10 of the at-bat coming up. There goes Smith. One skipper off the glove of Beckham into left field. Smith digging for 3, and he's in there. First inning last night, Beckham couldn't handle a hot shot, and the same story here tonight.
Cabrera has been their shortstop. He has a leg issue, so he hasn't been in the lineup the first 2 games, and Beckham with an error in the first inning yesterday ended up costing the Rays. And then Cano again hits this ball hard at him, and he tries to backhand it.
Goes down as a base hit. So 3 straight singles to begin the ball game tonight. And an early visit out to the mound.
And another great opportunity for Nelson Cruz to pick up an RBI, and that's something we were talking about with Robbie. A couple of hits last night, picks up a hit right here. You can see where that would certainly help Cruz's production overall, because he's going to get another chance to hit with a runner in scoring position. This time nobody is out.
Pitching coach Jim Hickey heads back towards the dugout. This is feeling a lot like last night for the Mariners. Jackson a single, Smith a single, now Cano. Runners at first and third for Cruz. Cruz has done a lot of damage on the road this year, batting over 370. Strike 1. Smith at third base, Cano at first. And the next pitch to Cruz makes it 0-2. Now for Colomé, you look at the numbers, and it really is vital for him to get ahead in the count like he is right now to Cruz. When he falls behind, opponents are hitting nearly 360 against him. So strike 1 is the biggest pitch for any pitcher, but especially for Alex Colomé. And he's got it 0-2 to Cruz. Cruz with 17 home runs this year. That paces all of baseball. 13 of those have come on the road. He's got runners on the corners, nobody out. Chance to open this one up early. Instead of pop-up, Forsythe, second baseman, playing at first, and he has to dart all over the place, but he makes the catch. That is the first out of the first inning.
Talked about the roof here, and I think he lost the ball for a second, wasn't sure where it was at. Used to see this a lot at the Metrodome in Minnesota, but he eventually found it.
They can blend right in. Runners stay put. Cano at first base. Seth Smith, an RBI single, is now at third. One out for Kyle Seager. Seager right now an 11-game hitting streak, a career best 20-game on base streak. No Mariners hitter this year has had a longer hitting streak than Seager. Cano had an 11-game streak early on this season. So a chance for a team best here tonight. One ball and one strike. This has been some kind of road trip for Kyle Seager, offensively and defensively.
I think that it's been his defense that really, for me, and he has 11-game hitting streak. He's hit 3 home runs on the road trip, but his defense has been so good. He's really helped out his pitching staff with the way that he has played at third, which included in last night's ball game.
Ball and 2 strikes. It seems like every other game, at least, Seager is making some type of spectacular play at third base, either with his arm or with his glove. Right. Last night it was with his glove.
Diving on a line drive, take a base hit away. Could have been a big inning if Kyle doesn't make the play. He made a number of plays in Toronto in that series.
And for whatever transition an infielder has to make going from natural surface to turf, it's been flawless for Seager.
Well, I talked to him and I talked to Chris Taylor, and they both said 10, 12 ground balls, and they were fine on the, on the surface. Yeah, it didn't take them very long at all.
2-2.
Colomé also 28 pitches, just 1 out in the inning. He has not thrown 100 pitches in a game yet this year, so this is a good sign for the Mariners also.
Came just shy of that, 99 in his worst start of the year back on the 11th against the Yankees. Here comes his 2-2. Seager a little tapper. Colomé a bare hand throw home. Safe at home.
Seth Smith. It's just a matter of whether his spike was able to get to the front corner of the plate. Rene Rivera thinks that he was able to block the plate. I think Rivera was in good shape in his position. He has to be able to give the runner a chance to slide in there, and I think the front edge of the plate. What a play by Colomé, by the way. The barehanded play and to throw it to home, a strike to Rivera. I thought for sure he was going to try to go to first, but we'll take another look at it. Kind of off the end of the bat from Kyle. Barehanded play, gets rid of it quickly, throws a strike. Good pick. And it's just a matter of whether Seth was able to get to that front corner of the plate.
And you can tell right away Rivera adamant that he applied the tag in time. Motioning to Kevin Cash to challenge this. And we are in the process of a review. The Rays have officially challenged, and you can understand why. Close play.
Brian Gorman, the home plate umpire and crew chief, he's going to take a listen and see what they tell him. We'll take another look at it. Again, really a surprising play by Colomé. I think most pitchers would have tried to get the runner at first. His foot beats him, beats the tag, I think. I don't think that's a question. It's just a matter of whether he was able to get to the front edge of the plate.
Now Gorman, a very experienced umpire, now in his 24th season. You can see him on the left. Has umpired 3 World Series. He's been around. And Colomé, meanwhile, nearly 30 pitches, is having to stay warm here. The Mariners got 2 runs last night of the first. And we say this every time, but it bears repeating. so much hinges on what the call is ruled initially, and it's huge that it was ruled safe in the Mariners' favor. So now the umpires back in mission control back in New York, they have to find evidence to overturn.
Yeah, because we've seen a number of calls already this year where it looks it can go either way, and there's not enough to overturn the call, so it stands most of the time.
Clear and convincing evidence.
That's right.
That's what they have to have.
And so I guess a little bit in the Mariners' favor since he was already called safe at home.
At this point, Brian Gorman and company waiting just like we are. You can see Wellington Castillo waiting on deck. As we see another look at it. You're right, Mike. This is a shortstop-like play from Colomé.
Take a look at it. First he barehands it, fields it cleanly, throws off of the right foot. Good play by Rivera at the plate. He had a little bit of a pick there, and I think that slowed him down as far as the tag on time. But he felt that he was able to stop Smith from getting to the plate.
Well, they're taking some time looking at this. And as the replay review process continues to improve over time, as looks like we've got a decision. He's safe. The run counts. 2-0 Mariners.
And an RBI for Kyle Seager, and still just one out now. And Colomé getting ready to throw his 30th pitch of the inning.
Well, not enough evidence to overturn it, so the call stands. That brings in Logan Morrison. Seager at first base. Cano to second. About a 3-minute delay. First pitch curveball misses outside. So Colomé now 30 pitches to get one out so far. Now there's no doubt in recent games the Rays offense just has not been there, and 2 runs for what the Rays have been able to put together offensively seems like a mountain. They've scored 3 runs combined their last 3 games, which have all been losses.
Kevin Cash, the manager for the Rays, was talking about that in postgame last night. And he said that they went through a stretch where it seemed that they were picking up all the runners, but lately, he said, he talked about last night being down 2 runs after the first inning, and he said right now that feels like a pretty large deficit, where before we could be down 3 or 4 runs and it didn't seem like it was going to be a problem, especially if it happened early in the game. But he said that's where their offense is at right now. They need somebody to come up with a big base hit, and they haven't been able to do it.
Now they wasted a good start last night by Odorizzi. The 2-1. 3 balls and a strike. Odorizzi last night gave up those 2 runs, but then pitched the next 6 innings scoreless as Castillo gets ready.
And another good count. Seth Smith was in a 3-1 count. Ended up hitting the ball hard into right field for a base hit. See if he decides to challenge Logan right here.
Here it comes. 3-2.
He did, but Logan helped him out. That pitch was up out of the strike zone. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. You see it on our EQC tracer, out of the zone.
Lomo batting .287 with a dozen RBIs his last 24 games. His bat has come around. 2 on, 1 out for this payoff pitch. Ball 4. Bags are packed. Only the 4th walk this year from Colomé. In steps Wellington Castillo, getting the start tonight. Mike Zunino a breather. Cano over at third base. Seager at second. And Lomo just taking ball 4 at first. Well, the Mariners have gone a franchise record in terms of at-bats without a grand slam. Longest streak right now in club history. 139 plate appearances. Oh, 2. Mariners batting right around 120 this season with the bases loaded.
And a couple of good sliders from column A on the outside corner.
Bases full, 2 outs. Chopper Longoria's way onto second, onto first, and a double play. Now, right when column A wanted to dial up, so the Mariners can't cash in. With the bases full and only 1 out, but they get 2 runs. Austin Jackson, a leadoff single. He came around to score. And onto the mound, here comes Jay Happ. Happ making his 9th start of the season tonight, coming off that rain-delayed shortened start of only 2 innings. His last time out on this road trip in Baltimore. As Mike, how about a look tonight at the Rays starting lineup?
Leading off will be Brandon Geyer, then Joey Butler, the DH, hitting a second. Longoria. Forsythe was the offense for the Rays last night. They scored 1 run. It was a solo home run by Forsythe. Then it's Beckham. Elmore with 2 doubles in last night's ballgame. He will hit 6. Kiermaier, Nick Franklin. This season just 7 games, but 2 for 17 start for Nick. Rough going for him. Rene Rivera, the catcher, will round out the 9 for the Rays. For Happ on the year, looking for his 4th win, a 3.61 ERA. Has 38 strikeouts to 11 walks. Opponents hitting .251 against Happ.
I mentioned the 2 innings that he threw in Baltimore. Lloyd said the next day that Happ, during that rain delay, actually threw the equivalent of 3 more innings off the field back inside towards the clubhouse. So Happ that day actually ended up throwing the equivalent of 5 innings. As he starts Geyer off with a strike. Oh, 2. Now the Rays, losers of their last 3. Tampa Bay now a slim half-game lead over the Yankees for the top spot of the East.
For Happ, he has all the pitches. He uses fastball about 65% of the time. Every now and then, depending on who he's going to face, it'll jump up over 70. But has a curveball, slider, changeup.
Weak roll over there to Cano. Round number 1.
Take a look at the American Family Insurance defensive setup for the Mariners tonight. Brad Miller getting the start in left field. Good to see Austin Jackson back out in center. Seth Smith in right. Seager, the third baseman. Taylor and Cano playing up the middle. Logan Morrison really having a fine year over at first base. And Wellington Castillo will do the catching tonight.
One up, one down, now facing Joey Butler. Off to a nice start. For Happ this year, 5 quality starts in his first 8 starts as a Seattle Mariner. Tonight making his 8th appearance, 7th career start against the Tampa Bay Rays. His numbers against the Rays overall over the course of his now 9-year career have not been all that great, but a lot of the runs he gave up were from years long ago at this point. To right center field, Jackson having to race over, can't get there. Extra bases, Joey Butler as he cruises into second base. One out in a man in scoring position for Tampa Bay, and Evan Longoria.
Take a look at the swing from Butler. Gets a fastball out over the plate. Lets the ball travel, but didn't try to pull it at all and hits it hard into the gap. Easy double for him.
He's at second base for Longoria right now, a 10-game hitting streak. That's the longest by a Rays hitter so far this season. When Happ faced Tampa Bay last year as a member of the Blue Jays, he pitched very well. Only 1 run on 2 hits over 7 innings and was dealt the loss. So not as tough luck of a loss as you can find. And of course, this was the ballpark that years ago, back in 2013, Desmond Jennings, right now on the disabled list for Tampa Bay, hit a line drive comebacker right off the side of Happ's head. And that forced him on the disabled list for some time. A lacerated ear, a contusion, also really a knee injury was the worst part of that, if you can believe it. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Aaron, we have a scoring change.
Doing.
Kyle Seager, they had originally called it a fielder's choice. Now they're giving him a base hit.
Okay, so 12 games now.
12 games now for Kyle.
Off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. So Seager now with the longest hitting streak by a Mariners hitter on the season. 12 games. One out, Butler at second after the double. Longoria to center field. He smacks this pitch. Jackson able to get there in time. Butler has to stay put. Longoria gives it a ride. Nice to have Austin Jackson back.
Shea Happ right now is saying welcome back. This is a tough play for any outfielder, but one, you have to be able to cover some ground. You can see him make the catch. It looked as if it was clearly going to be over his head. But a fine running catch by Jackson in center field.
2 outs, Butler at second base. That brings in Logan Forsythe. Now, we talked about how the Rays have had a hard time scoring runs. 3 runs their last 3 games, all losses. All 3 runs have been driven in by this man right here. He has been the run production as of late. Forsythe will be the first baseman for some time for Tampa Bay. James Loney, we found out yesterday, a broken finger. Loney, the first baseman and most recently the cleanup hitter for Tampa Bay, out of the lineup now for at least a month. And of all the injuries the Rays have suffered recently, remember they lost 3 in the series finale against Oakland before the Mariners came to town. Loney, the most severe and also the most costly in terms of just his overall production, especially offensively.
Well, you mentioned a tough time. Did you take a look at James Loney? But a tough time to score runs, and he was hitting .370 with runners in scoring position. So that is a big loss for them.
Well, that shot we just saw was part of the mash unit for the Rays. Desmond Jennings was on the left. Jennings has hardly played all this year. Would have been the leadoff hitter. He's been banged up with a knee injury. Two and two. Jennings, when he was coming through the minors, was really seen as a guy who would replace B.J. Upton or Carl Crawford. Was a top prospect for the Rays, but It's been a little bit of a rough go in recent years for Jennings, especially in the health category. Forsythe represents the tying run. 2 outs. Just gets a piece. Rays pretty much middle of the pack, if not the bottom third of the American League in almost every number. Average runs on base, slugging, homers. They have thrived on good pitching this year despite the injuries. Haps 2-2. And Forsythe stays alive.
They really have played a lot like the Mariners played last year. Started the game today, they're first in pitching, first in fielding, and then they've had their struggles offensively. Yep, they're in first place, so really leaned on that pitching.
You can see how tightly woven the East is right now. And it hits him. So with 2 strikes against him and 2 outs, Forsythe gets plunked. And that brings in Tim Beckham and extends the inning for the Rays.
Gotta look up Lloyd and got around and started walking around the dugout. Never easy for a manager.
That's the first hit batter this year for Happ, who's really been a command pitcher, to say the least.
You're absolutely right. And 18 pitches now here in the first.
Hopefully he can make quick work of Beckham, recently recalled. Strike 1. Beckham the go-ahead run all of a sudden. Happ was stung by a big first inning by the Orioles in his last start. Of course, the grand slam of the first. Pitched another inning. Then as Happ was about to take them out of the third, the skies opened up and the tarp had to come out. That resulted in a rain delay of over 2 hours. So Happ was done for the day at that point. Two outs, 2 on. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Not missing by much. And it evens up.
Happ having to throw a lot of pitches, 22 pitches here in the first, but he isn't close to what Colomé had to throw. 38 pitches for Colomé.
That is a ton. And was helped out by a double play with the bases full. On the way, here comes Happ's 2-2. Now what a trade it has turned out to be for Happ. Michael Saunders, certainly a fan favorite. It was tough to see Michael go. We were able to see Michael on this road trip in Toronto, on the disabled list right now for the second time with the Blue Jays. But Happ has really helped to stabilize things, especially with Iwakuma on the disabled list and bringing up Roenis Elias. Full count. But you never can have too much pitching, especially when part of your rotation is as young as the Mariners, as Jake Elmore is on deck.
You would really like to see Happ thrown a strike right there, because now in this situation, the runners get a running start. If he gets a base hit or something that is anywhere near the gap, they have the opportunity to tie the ball game. They will take off with the pitch.
And the bases are full. And the hit by pitch to Forsythe with 2 strikes really extended things now.
And Rick Waits will make a trip out of the dugout, have a conversation with Jay.
So both sides have a chance with the bases loaded in the first inning. And while Rick Waits talks things over, we'll take a look at our Delta Airlines keep climbing standings. Mariners right now trailing the Rangers for third place by a half game. The Rangers, by the way, have become red hot. They've won 6 in a row now. The A's, who've been scuffling basically all season, they've now won 3 straight. Astros still on top with 29 wins. The Cardinals in the National League have 29 wins, but no other team in the American League has as many W's as Houston has this year. And the question, and it probably still can be asked of the Astros, is this the Astros, or will they come back down to earth? And we will probably have to wait a while to find out.
We'll have to wait a little while. I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to keep things the way that they have been, or even close to it, to be honest with you. But I think it's going to take some time. That was one of the longer conversations at the mound for Rick Waits. He was out there for a long time.
Runners all around for Jake Elmore. Elmore has seen some time in AAA this season, has not been in the big leagues all that long with the Rays this year. His first at-bat this season, he went deep. That's his only home run this year.
He had a good night last night. A couple of doubles for him in last night's ball game.
Into right field, sent Smith. It dunks in front of him. Butler in to score. Here comes Forsythe. The tag. Forsythe is safe. We are all tied up. After 2 outs, 3 straight men reaching.
Not a bad pitch on the outside corner and down. Give Elmore some credit. Strong throw by Smith.
Beckham, who walked in at second base now. 2 on, 2 out. Now facing Kevin Kiermaier, who saw his 9-game hitting streak snapped last night. Now this inning began with a harmless ground ball out to Cano, and then Butler the double into right center field. Longoria a hard out to center, which was tracked down to the warning track by Austin Jackson. Within a hit batter, a walk, and now a single. 1-1.
And the other part about it, you go back and review the game. You mentioned the numbers. The Mariners struggling with the bases loaded this year. A bases loaded situation with just 1 out. They end up hitting into a double play to end the inning. And with 2 outs, the Rays have a base loaded situation. They get the base hit to drive into.
And it was a nightmare last night. 0 for 10 for Tampa Bay with runners in scoring position. They stranded 11 base runners. 2-1. And something to consider. Hopefully, of course, Happ can get out of this quickly. But the bullpen for the Mariners is now a man short. It's a 6-man pen with Danny Farquhar being optioned down to make room for Austin Jackson. Lloyd said today not concerned about it.
Well, it's a good point, except for Happ now at 30 pitches here in the first. The good news for the Mariners, come back with a day game tomorrow. Felix is on the mound.
And that's, you have to figure, part of Lloyd's thinking. Happ today, who by and large this year has given the Mariners innings every time.
Right.
Felix tomorrow is Felix. And then back home to start a lengthy 11-game homestand, it's James Paxton in game 1. So have to feel good with all 3 of those. But now over 30 pitches for Happ.
Elias had a lot of success against Kiermaier yesterday, throwing his breaking ball off the plate away, getting him to chase it. Jay tried that time, wasn't able to get it off the plate. Probably middle away with that last breaking ball.
Well, the 1 ball last night that Kiermaier really hit hard was caught in center field by Ruggiano. Two on, 2 out, and the 2-2. Missing for a full count. So 38 pitches in the first for Colomé and 33 right now as Nick Franklin gets ready on deck for Jay Happ. Here we go, the payoff pitch, and he gets him swinging to end the inning. Haps for a strikeout, is able to kill the threat by the Rays as they already crossed 2 runs. And with that, we are tied after 1 inning. Tonight we focus on Austin Jackson leading off with a single to begin the ball game tonight, and a steal of second base, Mike, and the Mariners were able to bring him home too.
Already had an impact in the game with the leadoff base hit, stealing the base. Rays make an error, throw it in center field. He gets to third, ends up scoring on this base hit by Seth Smith. So it didn't take long for Austin Jackson to help his club out. And let's not forget about the catch he made in center field already.
Long range there to make a nice catch on Longoria. So the Mariners grabbed 2 runs in the first, but then the Rays did the same in their half of the first inning. Both starters have thrown a lot of pitches, including Colomé, who has used up 38 in his arsenal already tonight to get the first 3 outs, now facing Brad Miller. Now, you mentioned it to begin the game tonight, Mike, but one of the trickle-down effects of having Austin Jackson back is we have been seeing Miller first or second in the lineup. Tonight he's back down at number 8.
I think that you want your offense. Obviously, you're going to look at the middle of your lineup and the guys at the top, but the bottom third has to help out. And they've actually started doing that here on this road trip. But I think it helps when you have Brad, who's really been swinging the bat well. You move him down there, and then you lengthen out their lineup, make it a little bit more difficult for the pitcher.
And especially on nights when Zunino's in the lineup. Tonight he gets a breather, but bottom third, if you've got Miller and Zunino there, you've got some serious pop.
And I think that's basically the plan for Lloyd, but wasn't able to do that when Jackson was out.
Right there to Nick Franklin, out number 1.
Shortstop, number 1.
You can see Zunino a breather. And Lloyd talked about this today. He says that they are well aware of how much better Zunino has been offensively following days off this year. And, of course, bringing Castillo over, giving up Yoervis Medina. Well, part of the reason, what we're seeing tonight, giving Zunino a little bit of a break.
He was going to get either tonight off or tomorrow, and they decided to run him out there tomorrow.
Strike 1 to Taylor.
One of the things Lloyd has done is when he's given him his days off, it's around a scheduled day off, so he really gets 2. But the Mariners aren't going to have one of those. It's a long stretch of games for them.
And Lloyd obviously wanting Zunino to catch Felix. And for good reason. How much fun is that one going to be tomorrow? Day game, Felix. The sun will be, well, there's a roof. It'll be the sun will be shining outside, but then we'll have Chris Archer Off to a fantastic start. Right there, hit by to Longoria. And there are 2 outs, both on the ground. The first post-game fireworks show of the year is set for this Friday when the Mariners host the Indians. It'll be a salute to the 1990s with all the pyrotechnic effects synchronized to some of the biggest songs of the decade. For tickets, visit mariners.com.
Talking about the pitching matchup tomorrow, Felix looking for his 8th win, a 2.19 ERA. And then you have Archer looking for his 6th win and a 2.40 ERA. Both of them pitching extremely well. It should be a lot of fun.
Second time up for Austin Jackson. Well, this is looking like a 20-win season for Felix. It would be the first. This is as good as it has been in the win category for the King.
He's definitely done his part on the mound, but also a little bit of run production has not hurt him, and something that we've all been waiting for a few years, and the guys have been able to score enough runs for him.
You all remember what Felix did when he was here last season. 15 strikeouts, a career high. The 1-1 to Jackson. Now the Rays seemingly shift against everyone, and they are shifting against Austin Jackson. They have been at the forefront of the baseball information age for some time. Off the side of the mound, Franklin. Now number 3. So 3 up, 3 down. Boy, that's what Colomé needed after nearly 40 pitches in the first. All 3 outs on the turf. We go to the bottom of the second, all tied at 2. This 3-game series as we take a look ahead to the Mariners calendar, brought to you by Sleep Country USA. We were talking earlier about the finale tomorrow, a day game here in Tampa. Felix versus Chris Archer, and then it's home for a long time, an 11-game homestand, and it starts with 4 against the Indians as Nick Franklin jumps on the first pitch right there to Austin Jackson for a quick out, number 1. Well, we saw Mike Colomé come back from a 38-pitch first inning, a 1-2-3 second, and nice start for him.
Yeah, you would like to see him do the same thing. He had to throw 34 pitches in the first inning. Unusual for Jay. Typically, he's much more efficient than that. It seemed a little bit off with his fastball command. Still trying to find his breaking ball. He did throw a couple of good changeups.
Now facing Rivera, the former Mariner. Number 9 hitting catcher. His first year in Tampa Bay. Talking about that series coming up with the Indians at home. Indians had won 6 in a row. They got off to such a rough start to begin the season. Long run once again for Austin Jackson. This will be a tough one. Can't get there. Rivera in at second base. That's the second double tonight in as many innings off of Happ. It was Butler back in the first with 1 out. And now Rivera with 1 out.
Happ ends up missing with a changeup on the first pitch. Comes back with a fastball. It's down in the middle of the plate. Rivera just golfs it out into right center field. Hit a double in last night's game out into center field.
1 out, 1 on for Geyer, back to the top of the order. Now the go-ahead run at second base. Geyer, a pretty quick ground out not long into the at-bat to begin the first inning for the Rays. Half a pitch away now from number 40 on the night. Now the Rays have almost matched their run total from the last 3 games. High pop up. Logan Morrison chasing it, but right there is Seth Smith. Rivera stays put, 2 outs. And brings in Joey Butler. You can follow the Mariners all season with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or your tablet. So 2 outs. Rivera still at second base after the double, and here comes Joey Butler. And skips in there as Castillo tracks it down.
Butler hit the ball hard his first time up. He hit a double. Almost in the same place where Rivera's double ended up, more towards right center.
Off the plate to make it 2-0. Happ trying to end this inning with the go-ahead run at second base. And a strike to Butler, 2 balls and 1 strike. Butler spent some time playing in Japan last year. And seen time in the big leagues with the Rangers and the Cardinals. Fouled it away, 2-2. In fact, last year in Japan, he was teammates with a couple of former Mariners, Yuniesky Betancourt and Willie Mo Pena. But then signing as a free agent with the Rays. Happ and Butler taking a little bit of time with 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Rivera hanging out at second base. At a full count. That's the third 3-ball count out of the first 11 hitters. We've seen Happ with a walk and a hit batter. A man who does not walk many. And here comes the 3-2. Stays alive.
We've seen him step off the mound a couple of times in the game, and you have to remember Castillo and Jay still getting to know each other and what they want to do.
These two worked together for 2 innings before that rain delay. Strike three gets him, and he strands Rivera at second base. So Happ able to get through the second. Stranding a runner in scoring position. A little bit of a sluggish start on both sides tonight. The Mariners and the Rays all tied up. Lance at our CenturyLink. What's next? This should be a fun one. The King up on the mound tomorrow, facing off against Chris Archer. Archer, 70 strikeouts in 60 innings of work. Of course, the King up to a fantastic start, even by his lofty standards. And we'll talk more about this tomorrow, Mike, but Archer has really been inspired by what Felix does with his changeup. It's a pitch that Archer has been working on for the last few years.
Right, and you look at him, it's the power change is what they like to call it, and you were talking about it earlier before the ball game, and he's really studied that. But looking at those numbers, you never know. I mean, on any given day, but that just looks like a long day for the hitters right there.
You're not kidding.
A lot of strikeouts. 133 strikeouts between the two of them already.
Seth Smith beginning the Mariners' third inning. He's 1 for 1, an RBI single back in the first. Colomé now at 50 pitches. No surprise they put the shift on for Seth Smith.
With Seth hitting, that's pretty much a standard defense, regardless of who they're going to play.
The Red Sox have really been the only team to not shift against him this year, and that was surprising. The Red Sox do shift a lot. Brian Butterfield, their infield coach and third base coach with Boston, has really been one of the main architects in recent years. Widely regarded as one of the best coaches overall in baseball. Chris Woodward, Mariners first base coach, has nothing but high praise for him during their time together in Toronto. Just foul. 2-2.
He has been around for a long time.
Butterfield?
Yep.
Yeah. Was with John Farrell's staff in Toronto, and then followed Farrell over to Boston. And Chris Woodward has, of course, we've seen the Mariners go into shifts, so he's learned from one of the best. In fact, Woody said that he would have to write a book to say all the things that he learned from Butterfield with Boston when he was being coached by Butterfield in Toronto. The 2-2. And Smith down on strikes. First bunch out tonight from Colomé. Gets him with a fastball.
Second baseman, Robinson.
I would say for Colomé so far in this game, it's just an average fastball for him. He's been right at 94. We haven't seen 95, 96 out of him tonight.
Throws that four-seamer a lot. Also a cutter and a slider. Now facing Cano. 1 out, nobody on. Cano stings this to center field. Kiermaier lays out. He makes the catch. Now both center fielders tonight with a couple of nice catches. And that was a doozy by Kiermaier. We take a look at our Big Fish Casino big catch. And you guessed it, here it is.
We talked about it at the start of the game. A lot of speed in the outfield, and Kiermaier showing some range. Fine diving catch.
Cano out on the first pitch. 2 outs for Nelson Cruz.
We talked about Robbie, and it looks as if he's swinging better. I think that's a good example of it. He went through a stretch there when I don't think he was seeing the ball particularly well because he was taking a lot of pitches early. And when he starts to be a little more aggressive on fastballs early in the count, then he's worked that part of it out. And he stung that ball. It was hit hard into center field.
1 ball and 1 strike to Nelson. Well, they released the ballots today. The first round of ballots for the All-Star game voting, and right now Nelson leading the American League in vote getting as a designated hitter. He's DHing once again tonight. The opposite way. Geyer plays it on a hop. Nelson Cruz a 2-out single. That'll keep the line moving for the Mariners here in the 3rd. It'll bring in Kyle Seager.
Take a look at the last swing by Cruz. Pretty good fastball, actually, off the plate away. He's shown some great plate coverage throughout the year. Just goes the other way. We've seen him do that a number of times, especially with 2 strikes.
2 outs, Cruz at first base. That brings in Kyle Seager, an infield single, an RBI single back in the 1st. So now a 12-game hitting streak for Kyle. We hear that phrase, Mike, from time to time, covers a lot of the plate. We don't hear it all that often. Is it as simple as to say that Nelson can do that because he's so strong, or is there more to it than just his strength?
No, I think that there's more to it. I think that he gets himself in such a good hitting position, and it's the reason why he's hitting for such a high average. And players from time to time will be able to cover one side of the plate or the other. In other words, they're looking out there. But for him, he's been really unusual this year on that pitch, for example, just off the plate away, still able to get out there and hit it. But if you try to pitch him inside, he'll really hurt you. So he is covering the entire plate with his swing.
And we've seen it all season. Easy play there for Forsythe. Cruz stranded. We're up to the home half of the 3rd, all tied up. By AM/PM, too much good stuff. By BNSF Railway, sponsor of the BNSF Blast. And by Volkswagen, hurry in and get a deal during the Volkswagen Stop Dreaming, Start Driving event. Now, beautiful look there. Fort DeSoto State Park, one of the most beautiful beaches in America. At least that's what Mike tells me. Evan Longoria to begin things. Have you been able to get outside much, Mike? Fight the heat?
No, I'm not. I'm not even going to try it.
It always wins. The heat always wins. First pitch outside to Longoria. I've got some color here.
That's nice. If you can get out in the morning, it's not too bad. But right when time you get around lunchtime, that's a bit much.
My Victorian skin doesn't deal with the climate here all that well. 2-0. Longoria was robbed of a base hit by Austin Jackson deep to center field back in the first inning. Right back to Jackson again, this time a little easier. Barely has to move for round number 1. All tied up for Logan Forsythe. Hit by a pitch and scored a run in the first inning. We saw the standings earlier of the American League East where the Rays play. They lead the division by a half game, and there's no tighter division right now in baseball than the East, as those 5 teams separated by 3.5 games total. You've got Toronto in the bottom right now, and then the Red Sox in 4th place, the Orioles in 3rd. In fact, those 3 teams separated by 1.5 games. And at this point, the Mariners have seen every team in the East but the Yankees. Up the middle for a base hit. Forsythe reaching. Safeco Insurance and the Mariners invite you to do more with the Grand Slam family package. Get 4 tickets, hot dogs, and Pepsi soft drinks for one low price this Thursday against the Indians. Visit Mariners.com to pick up family package tickets today.
We're talking about the East and how close it is. I think it was at the start of this series when you asked me how many teams had records over 500, and the answer was 5. Well, now there's 7. 7 teams.
What a difference a day can make.
Yeah.
We will see the Yankees on the upcoming homestand, along with these Tampa Bay Rays, and of course the Indians for 4 to begin things.
And of course the Mariners trying to get back to 500. 2 games under 500 at the start of this one today.
And it's funny the way the schedule works out this year from the standpoint of take Mariners versus Rays. The Mariners and Rays are seeing each other twice in the span of about a week and a half, and then that's it the whole year.
And I think as a player, whether you're a pitcher or a position player, you like that better. It's so difficult to face a club here in May, and then if you don't see them again till the end of August, you'd rather have those games out of the way early if you're only going to play them one time in each opponent's ballpark.
Well, from a strategic standpoint, you can't predict this type of thing as Happ gets set for the 0-2. But we mentioned James Loney out for a month to 6 weeks. One of the best clutch hitters the Rays have this year. The Mariners won't see Loney at all because of that fractured finger.
Right.
So that's a break for the Mariners. And the same can be said about the Cleveland Indians. The Mariners seeing Cleveland for 4 to begin the homestand. Then the Yankees and the Rays, and then a day off, and then it's off to Cleveland. And that'll be it for Mariners and Indians on the season. 2-2. And as you can see, Happ requesting a visit there from Castillo. Maybe some miscommunication.
No, I think that Jay probably at this point is feeling a little bit better, and he wants to pick the pace up, so he's just trying to get on the same page again with Castillo. And you're going to see this throughout the game. You may even see a little bit of it in his next start until Castillo is comfortable, and when he gets an opportunity to play. It's one thing to catch these guys in the bullpen and to have conversations, but once you get into the game, things sometimes change, and the pitcher is in control of the game. All Castillo is doing is making suggestions to him, and the quicker obviously that you can do that, the better.
2-2 to Beckham. Here comes Taylor charging. And Cano is able to get the out, but despite the drop on the transfer, they rule it. And here comes Kevin Cash.
Timing issue on that play. Chris Taylor, it looked like it was going to be a routine double play, and Taylor hesitated a little bit, had a tough time getting it out of his glove. So the timing of Cano coming across the bag, I think that's where the issue started.
And it looks like Cash is satisfied with whatever answer he got. Take another look.
Yep, right there. He bobbled. He almost dropped it, but was able to get the handle on it. And again, the timing of Cano. Cano typically will come right across the bag, and he wanted to make sure that he kept his foot on it. So a little hesitation because of that bobble by Taylor. That threw him off just enough, so they'll just get the one out.
Fielder's choice for Beckham. Here comes Elmore, but first a look at first base. Now, we have seen the Rays challenge once already tonight. They lost that challenge. And for Kevin Cash, first-year manager, not just for the Rays, but first-year manager ever, it has been a rough go of the instant replay for Cash. He lost somewhere around the first 12 or 13 challenges that he put out. And now in the season, he's now 3 for 18. Another move to first. But no challenge of that last play at second base. I was hoping the umpires would take a look. Elmore, 2-run single back of the first. That tied this one up. Pitch low and outside. There goes Beckham. And he's safe.
Pretty good jump by Beckham going on the first move. In there easily. You can see Taylor keeping his glove on his leg. We've seen it a number of times where the base stealer will come off the base just a little bit on their slide. Chris Woodward, the infield instructor, I asked him about that, and he said that that's something he talks to him about all the time, to stay with the play. You never know if they're going to come off the base. So Taylor did a good job of that.
Third steal on the season for Beckham. Overall, the Rays, they're in the top half of the American League in steals this year. 1 ball and 1 strike to Elmore. Up the middle for a base hit. Beckham's got some speed. He's being waved home. Jackson's throw. Not in time. Thrown out of second base. Same story. And the Rays have taken the lead. Jake Elmore has driven in all 3 runs.
So it turns out to be a big stolen base for Beckham as he comes around to score with 2 outs in the inning. And for Elmore, having a good series, had 2 doubles in last night's game and now 2 for 2. As Aaron mentioned, has driven in all 3 runs for a team that has struggled hitting with runners in scoring position.
So the Rays 3 runs combined their last 3 games. They've got 3 runs here before the end of the 3rd inning. Going outside to Kiermaier. Now for Elmore, a career night, those 3 runs batted in, a career high. As we mentioned earlier, Elmore, his 4th team in 4 years, has played just sporadically in the big leagues. Not a whole lot of service time, all things considered. Kiermaier, a strikeout back in the first to end the inning. 1-1.
They have to throw a lot of pitches. 63 pitches working here in the third.
Needing that final out. Now, for half this year, he's been such a model of consistency. He's allowed 2 runs or fewer in all but 2 of his starts entering tonight. Was roughed up in Houston when the Mariners ran into a buzzsaw against the Astros. Here's a pop-up. Seager at third base. Waits a while, then he makes the catch. Kiermaier pops up, and that'll do it for the Rays, but a run in for Tampa Bay, and they have taken the lead through 3.
Was one of the greatest catches that I've ever seen. It was strange, Aaron, because you heard Angie call it the Spider-Man catch. He would run. Junior had the ability to run full speed, whether it was left center field or right center field in a gap. He would catch the ball, and then he would jump in the air and almost stick on the wall for a split second, fall to the ground, and be fine. That's the way he kept himself from crashing into the wall. And that play looked like it was one of those plays.
Logan Morrison leads things off in the 4th inning.
But then he didn't get up off the warning track quickly, and it was in the Kingdome. And right away I had concern because whenever he went to the ground, he was up right away. You know, there wasn't any of the rolling around or any of that stuff with Kenny. Kenny always got up, and he didn't get up right away. And I think it was Jay Buhner was over with him in right center field. And Jay had one look at his wrist and waved out Rick Griffin, the Mariners trainer. And then I remember him walking off the field, and they were holding that arm, giving it some support. And you could tell when he was walking past us that this was not going to be good. We ended up losing it for 3 months that year.
It's a ton of time. 2 balls and no strikes to Morrison. Colombay's next pitch. Into the shift. Out number 1. And there's Rick Griffin, of course, still with the team. Last year, Rick was in the dugout for his 5,000th game.
How about that?
As Mariners head athletic trainer.
He has seen a lot of baseball. And then it was his job to try to get Junior back, and I think he ended up with a couple of plates in his wrist. But Ricky spent a lot of time with Junior over those 3 months getting him back. And Junior is so great. I think it was a game or two. He tomahawked a fastball off of John Wetland into the upper deck of the Kingdome, and it seemed as it was for us because we were fighting at that point to get into the postseason, and Junior was gone for 3 months, and all of a sudden we ended up with the best player on our team, best player in the American League or in baseball for that matter.
Owen Castillo to the opposite field with some carry, but Geyer is there right at the base of the warning track for round number 2. Of course, Junior is here at the ballpark today. It seems like we see him every year when the Mariners come here to St. Pete.
Short trip for him.
And one of the questions surrounding Junior is next year when he is eligible to be a Hall of Famer, you wonder if there's been anybody in recent history who has a chance to break Tom Seaver's record for the highest vote percentage on the first ballot. You figure it'd be Junior. Seaver, the highest vote percentage as the first ballot Hall of Famer ever at 98.84%. Randy Johnson went in 8th highest all time. He's being inducted this summer, 97.27. But I have to think Junior's got a chance.
I would think so.
It'll be tough, but
no, I think that you're right. I think if there's going to be somebody, it'll be Kenny.
0-1 to Miller. And there are just under 600 voters each year for the Hall of Fame. And the amazing thing about that is, of course, some voters will not vote for a player the first time he's on the ballot for a variety of reasons. You can only vote for 10 guys. That's an issue. Can't vote for anybody and everybody that you like. But the crime of it all is that if you don't vote for Griffey on the first ballot, you will never have a chance to vote for him ever, because he will go in on the first ballot.
I think the crime is if you don't vote for him.
Should be put in Cooperstown prison. 2-1.
But I'm looking forward to that. And it was great to see him at the ballpark down in the dugout, giving the guys a tough time, I'm sure, laughing and having some fun with them.
He was in the clubhouse early, too. Two balls and a strike to Miller. Rays have the lead. Two and two. And a lot of voters will say, well, if I don't vote for Griffey, then it won't hurt him because he'll still go in on the first ballot no matter what, even if I vote for 10 other players. There's all kinds of rationale for it, right or wrong. Miller 0 for 1. And speaking of Griffey, Brad Miller's favorite player growing up. And you could say that for just about anybody Brad's age in the big leagues right now. You can see the pitch count has settled down for Colomé since that really laborious first inning, nearly 40 pitches. Still 3-2. Colomé retired the side in order quickly on 3 ground ball outs in the second. Faced 4 men in the third. And sat down the first 2 here in the fourth. And his payoff pitch. Up high to Miller. Brad draws the walk. Second walk tonight from Colomé, and the inning continues to bring in Chris Taylor. Tie and run at first base with some speed.
Taylor grounded out to third his first time up. See if he takes a shot at the right side of the infield right now. Big hole for him to hit a ground ball through.
First a look at Miller. And the first pitch to Taylor. Big rip, strike one. Taylor last night finished 0 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. That after back-to-back games with 2 hits. One of those for extra bases, a double back in Toronto. One ball and one strike.
We saw Austin Jackson steal a base in the first inning. A couple of outs there. Brad can run. Why not take a shot, try to get him down into scoring position? Paid off for the Rays in the bottom of the third when Beckham stole second and then scored on the base hit by Elmore.
Miller 3 steals in 4 tries this year. Mariners 10th in the American League in stolen bases. One ball and 2 strikes. And right now the Mariners really trying to keep pace with the Rangers, who have won 6 in a row. Rangers have taken over the number 3 spot in the division. Mariners have won 10 of their last 16. 4-3 so far this road trip. And of course a win tonight by the Mariners would mean a series win. They won the first 2 in Toronto. They'll have to come from behind, though. Taylor down on strikes. Miller stranded at first base, and we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Rays have a 1-run lead. Field, the Rays have a 1-run lead. Now this Saturday is Nelson Cruz bat night at Safeco Field as the Mariners take on the Cleveland Indians. All kids receive a Little League-sized Nelson Cruz baseball bat. For tickets to one of the biggest nights of the year, visit Mariners.com today. If things stay in rotation for both sides, it'll be James Paxton versus Corey Kluber in Game 1. So the Rangers, whom the Indians are playing right now, will not face Kluber, the reigning Cy Young Award winner, of course, but the Mariners will start the series and start the homestand off with Kluber. As the 4th inning starts out with Nick Franklin, who pops a bunt over the screen for strike 1. In fact, the Mariners will have some tough starting pitchers they'll be opposed. If things stay as they are, they'll see Kluber and then Trevor Bauer, who's by and large had a pretty nice start this year. Danny Salazar in the finale, he's striking out everybody. That won't be an easy series. 1 ball and 1 strike to Franklin tonight, playing in just his 7th game this year with the Rays. Set back in spring training with an oblique injury.
fastball in on the hands of Franklin. We have not seen Jay Happ pitch inside a lot this evening. A lot of pitches away using his changeup.
The 1-2. Just missing 2 balls and 2 strikes. Franklin flew out to center field on the first pitch to begin the second. And he hammers this high to left center. A stroll to the park there for Austin Jackson, out number 1. 1 up, 1 down for Rene Rivera, who doubled his last time up. Mariners entering tonight with, at least ERA-wise, the 4th best rotation in baseball. An ERA at 3.90 as Rivera sends this high and deep. But Miller is able to put the squeeze on it for round number 2. So Rivera out of the first pitch. 2 fly ball outs.
I think Brad looks pretty comfortable in left field.
The times that we have seen him out there, if you buy a ticket to one of the Mariners games and you see him in left, I don't think you would say, is that a first-time left fielder or right fielder or wherever he might be? You're right.
No, I think he looks comfortable. We've seen him make a couple of running catches in the gap. Making the adjustment quickly.
Lloyd, of course, comparing him to a Ben Zobrist type in his ability to play all over the place. Zobrist, a former Ray, now on the disabled list with the Oakland A's. The 0-1 pitch to Geyer. Last year, Miller and Zobrist had an incredible game here at Tropicana Field. They were both leadoff hitters, and they both homered twice in the game. In fact, Miller really grew up watching Ben Zobrist. Miller from Florida. He was here at Tropicana Field the night Zobrist hit his first big league home run. He told Zobrist that, and Zobrist, of course, said, now you're making me feel like an old man. Seager near the line, the backhand. A skip on a long throw. Morrison does his job on the receiving end, and Geyer is out number 3. The first 1-2-3 tidy inning from Jay Happ. And it starts with Kyle Seager. And with this, we go to the top of the 5th inning. Mariners trailing by a run. Baltimore a career night, 3 RBIs a career best. As we take a look at the Alaska Supermo, this was back in the first inning. A 2-run single off the bat of Elmore, and that brought home Butler. It brought home Forsythe, but Elmore has chipped in all 3 runs Remember, the Rays had scored a total of 3 runs in their last 3 games combined, so it has been Elmore who has been the secret ingredient tonight.
Good look on the Alaska Super Mode there on the location of that pitch. It was actually a pretty good pitch from Happ. Ball was down on the outside corner.
First pitch strike to Austin Jackson. Jackson a single and a run scored to begin the ball game tonight. And some activity in the bullpen for the Rays. A righty and a lefty. So Daniel and Gels. You can see the pitch count getting up near 80 for Colomé. Watch out. Boy, that was scary. Yikes. Jackson just off the disabled list and avoided another stint right there. Whew.
That will get your heart racing a little bit.
The opposite way, Geyer deep to the wall, and he's able to make the catch. Out number 1 as Jackson survives that at bat. What hop your way home? Take Link Light Rail to the airport for just $3. Schedules available at soundtransit.org. Aaron Goldsmith, Mike Flowers, our entire Root Sports crew here from Tropicana Field at St. Pete. Glad to have you with us tonight for Mariners baseball. Middle game of the series against Tampa Bay. Mariners winning last night 4-1. But trailing here 3-2 as it clears the plate for Seth Smith. Mike, you were talking earlier about Colomé and maybe not the most deceptive with his delivery home. Is that something that a pitcher can change over time?
They can, but it gets to be a little bit tricky. You don't want to make a change to try to get some deception in their delivery. And for him, because the biggest thing is he has to be able to throw strikes, and he has good stuff, and you don't want it to affect either one of those things. But for him, you can see when he takes the ball out of his glove and he gets his arm back, there's a pause, just kind of hesitation. And as a hitter, you try to pick the ball up as quickly as you can, and I think that helps the hitter a little bit more. You're going to see deception. You're going to see it in tomorrow afternoon's game with Felix Hernandez, because Felix has that turn. He turns his back to you, and you pick the ball up late off of him. That's a big advantage if you can do it.
Yeah, he flashes that 34 right home.
Right.
2 balls and a strike to Seth Smith following the fly ball out from Austin Jackson. High to left field. Elmore in front of the warning track. Gets there in time. Out number 2. 2 up, 2 down. Both have been deep, and both have been the opposite way. It brings in Cano.
Cano has hit the ball hard twice tonight. He's 1 for 2. Had a base hit in the first inning. And he lined out to the center fielder.
Was a fine catch by Kiermaier in center. That first at bat for Cano, a 10-pitch battle, which you won. Robinson has played a lot of games here inside Tropicana Field. 17 home runs inside this ballpark, the most of any visiting park he's ever played in. Two balls and no strikes, 2 outs, base is empty. Two and 1.
It's interesting when you look at Colomé and his pitch counts on the year. Again, he hasn't thrown 100 pitches in a game. He was close with 99. But that's the only time he's thrown 90 pitches in a game. So at 87 pitches, you can see why they have the bullpen up. That seems to be more the norm for them. 87 pitches, 52 strikes for him so far tonight.
Two balls and a strike to Cano. He rolls over there to Forsythe, who can trot to the bag for round number 3. So the Mariners retired in order for the second time in 5 innings. And as we go to the bottom of the 5th, the Rays still on top. Jay Happ tonight making his 9th start of the season. Right now he's on the downside. 2 runs in the first, a run allowed in the third. All RBIs by Jake Elmore. First pitch to Joey Butler sails outside. Happ entering tonight with an ERA just above 3.5. And that's despite giving up those 4 runs in just 2 innings in Baltimore, which kind of skews things before the rain delay. Two balls and a strike to Butler.
I think he's had better command of his changeup tonight than he has his breaking ball. Tried to throw his curveball a number of times and he's having a tough time with it, having a feel for it.
Evens things up 2-2. The next pitch to Butler. Bites it away foul. Butler up the middle for a base hit. Really held back on that curve. Was able to hit it through the middle to lead things off here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Fans, this season, for every Mariners hit, Fred Hutch will receive a donation from Mariners Care. It's called Hits for the Hutch, and it's the Mariners' way of supporting the life-saving research taking place at Seattle's own Fred Hutchinson Cancer Research Center. So good stuff there.
You're right on the curveball again. Not much bite to it, just trying to get it over for a strike and ends up in the middle of the plate. Typically, his curveball usually bites, but tonight it's just kind of rolling up to the plate. And again, that base hit on the curveball in the middle of the plate.
And it hasn't seemed like we've seen many of those pitches.
No,
Curve.
Yeah, I think that he just doesn't have a good feel for it, so he's going with his changeup more.
This is Longoria. As he smokes this up the middle for a base hit. Butler into second. First two men reaching, and that brings it Forsythe. Now, we talked earlier about the Mariners bullpen being shortened a little bit as we take a look at this base hit by Longoria once again.
And you can see Castillo set up on the inside corner. That pitch ending up on the outside corner, so he missed his spot there.
But it's pretty interesting when you think about where the bullpen was last year, personnel-wise. The best bullpen in the American League, and one of the very best in baseball, too. And this year, of course, with Farquhar going down, now, from the bullpen last year, Leon is in AAA, Farquhar is in AAA, Medina is now in AAA with the Chicago Cubs, and Brandon Maurer is pitching out of the Padres bullpen. So suddenly, and kind of over the course of the first month and a half and a little bit into the offseason, the bullpen has really changed some faces.
It has, and I'll be curious to see what happens. Of course, they're a man short with Danny being sent out and them activating Austin Jackson. But right there, Carson Smith came in, was great in September last year. So that was one of the arms they picked up. And then Mark Lowe, being healthy in this spring, was throwing 95 at the end of camp with a good slider. They called him up. So those are a couple of your changes from what we saw over the course of last year. Of course, Beimel now back with the club.
Was with the Rangers for a brief amount of time in spring training. Two on and a ball and 2 strikes to Forsythe. 2-2. Lloyd said today that the 6-man bullpen will not affect any way that he matches things up. Really made it sound like, at least for the short time being, won't affect much decision making.
You know, I think the only thing, because they have so many games that they've been playing in a row, if they have 2 starts where the starters aren't able to work deep in the game, which we were seeing in April happen to them a couple times, that's when you're going to put some pressure on that man. Yeah, big strikeout for half right there.
Now, there's no doubt the bullpen became better once Mariners starting pitching became better.
Makes sense, right?
Pitching deeper into games, that was the issue.
Yeah. Well, Lloyd could mix and match when he wanted to, and he didn't have to stretch guys out from the pen.
By the way, are those tickets called the bullpen tickets? I mean, can you get any closer?
One of the few stadiums now where the bullpen is actually on the field. Typically, they're out in left or right field, but the mound's on the field, so the guys are right there on the front row.
Beckham into right field. Seth Smith is there for out number 2. So we see the same thing in Oakland. Get some heckling from the fans. 2 outs, 2 on for Elmore, who has been the man of the night for the Rays. All 3 runs batted in.
Next pitch will be 90 for half.
Half 34 pitches and a 7-batter 2-run first inning. And he has been stung twice by Elmore. Strike 1. It was Butler who singled. He's at first base. And Cedeno back up in the bullpen for the Rays.
We talked about Colomé and his pitch count. He was probably done.
Five innings and 2 runs for Colomé. A couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts. Off the hands and popped up. Foul ground. Logan Morrison giving chase. And he is there to make the out. Out number 3. The Rays strand 2. They've left 6 base runners so far through 5 innings. But through 5, they have the lead. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Money Tree, proud to make a donation to Mariners Care for every Mariners win. Now you can see our view from Tampa here to the ballpark.
Aaron, you were in a hurry to get to work today.
We were running a little behind, Blow. Had to make up for lost time. And always, you know, they tell us that the stingers have been removed. It looks like something's there, though.
There is something there.
But they do have the Stingray tank here. I think the last man to actually hit a home run in the tank was Miguel Cabrera. Now, Cano, during batting practice, put one in there.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. But in terms of an actual game, Cabrera definitely did it a couple of years ago. Cruz leading things off of the sixth.
What do you think about 410, 415 feet to right center?
Imagine just being a Stingray going about your daily business. Hello. 2-0. Maybe the biggest draw at times here inside the Trop. You can see the kids always over there. 2 balls, no strikes to Cruz.
I think they left Colomé in the game to pitch to Cruz. You have a couple of left-handers, and Seager and Morrison do up after that. And Cedeno continues to throw in the pen. 91 pitches.
Geltz back up once again. We saw Geltz last night. The 2-1. And a strike. Now one swing by Cruz ties this game up. Full count. Colomé has given up 4 home runs this year. They all came in one start. He really got knocked around against the Yankees. He did go 6 innings, his deepest start of the year, but he gave up 8 runs on 11 hits, and 4 of them never came back. And the 3-2 coming to Cruz. Gets some chasing after it. Breaking ball there. Cruz down on strikes. And that will be it for Colomé. It's Cruz. We've got a pitching change. Kyle Seager due up. Kevin Cash comes out. Will take the ball. We step aside. Rays on top by a run. out at random as we take a look at Xavier Cedeno, Mike, taking over for the Rays.
His 14th appearance on the year. He's pitched well. ERA just over 1, 9 strikeouts and 8 2/3. Opponent's hitting .242. Is yet to give up a home run.
And Seager pops up the first pitch. Kiermaier, a long way to come in. He was pretty deep. It's out number 2. Take a look at the numbers tonight from Alex Colomé.
He pitched well after throwing 38 pitches in the first inning. He settled down, went 5 1/3, 5 hits, couple of runs. They were earned. 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. 94 pitches, 55 strikes for him. Only the second time this year he's reached 90 pitches, and again 38 pitches in the first inning.
2 up, 2 down. Here's Logan Morrison, who was put out by the shift his last time up. They shift once again for Lomo. Back-to-back left-handers in the lineup for Cedeno to face. Seager and now Logan Morrison. Castillo on deck. Looking for it outside. But he went chasing 0-2. Now, Rays pitchers really have not gone all that deep this month, and Cedeno, another in the list, cannot get a full 6 innings. In fact, the start last night from Odorizzi, he was the first Rays pitcher to reach 7 innings since about the 12th of this month. They put a lot of innings on the bullpen. 2 outs, nobody out. Logan Morrison a swing away from tying this game up. Pops it up. Long run with the shift on. Beckham just can't quite get there. They have Longoria, the third baseman, over on the other side of the shift. You might be able to pick up some of the ambient noise inside the ballpark tonight, and that is actually the sound of the rain, which you can hear from time to time on the roof here inside Tropicana Field.
I spoke to Rick and Dave in between innings, and they said that they vote for you to go get the rental car tonight.
I'm not surprised. I brought my waiters, so they come prepared. The car's a long way away too, so might be dodging out of here early. You got the post game, right? You got that covered?
Of course.
A ball and 2 strikes to Lomo. And in all seriousness, with the rain, it makes us think of our good friends we've gotten to know in the recent years with the Astros. Houston has been flooded.
Right.
And fortunately for the ball club, they are on the road in Baltimore right now. But really some bad storms and flooding in the Houston area. We hope all is all right there with the good people with the Houston Astros organization. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Lomo, who lines this through the shift for a base hit. And the 6th inning will continue for the Mariners. Lomo's first hit tonight, second time he's reached base.
And it looked as if Logan was finally convinced that Cedeno was going to throw a bunch of breaking balls. He stayed on that breaking ball in pretty good shape and lined it into right center field.
And that'll be it for Cedeno. Castillo, right-hander, coming up. We'll step aside. The Mariners have the tying run at first base. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Seattle Mariners. Now, this is a time lapse from today. Fine camera work by our own Kevin Vogt, who knows the rule of thirds better than anybody. And boy, the skies have darkened. This is the second straight night we have received some rain. Fortunately, inside is our second straight night we see Steve Geltz.
20th appearance on the year, 3.15 ERA for Geltz. 20 innings, 25 strikeouts. Good number for him. Opponents hitting just 157.
Geltz 1 run over 1 inning last night. Gave up a couple of hits and a walk. Facing Castillo for ball 1. Castillo came up with the bases loaded and 1 out of the first inning. Bounced into a double play that squelched the Mariners' chance to add on a little bit. They put the shift on. Lobo the single. He's hanging out at first base. Held on by Forsythe. You could drive a couple of Mack trucks to the right side of the infield right now, with Forsythe tight to the bag. Into the shift near the line. The short way for out number 3. Castillo a fielder's choice. Lobo cut down. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning here in Tampa Bay. The Rays have a 1-run lead. Hope you can stick around after the game for Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines. Jay Happ getting ready for his 6th inning of work, facing Kevin Kiermaier. Bottom third of the order due up for the Rays. Ball 1 to Kiermaier.
We talked about Colomé throwing 38 pitches in the first inning. Well, Happ had to throw 34 pitches in the first inning. His season high as far as the pitch count goes is 103. Nobody throwing in the Mariner pen right now.
Well, you know that Jay had to be disappointed after that first inning. You mentioned the pitch count, but the Mariners offense went out there and got him 2 runs before he even stepped up on the mound. Then the Rays countered with 2 runs of their own in the first inning. Quickly 3-0 to Kiermaier. And then the Rays grabbed the lead with Jake Elmore's RBI single up the middle in the 3rd inning. Hitters count for Kiermaier. And a strike. Kiermaier to center. To his counterpart Austin Jackson, coasting to his right for out number 1. That'll bring in Nick Franklin.
Number 2.
Tuesday, June 2nd will be a golden night at Safeco Field as the Mariners host the Yankees. It's Kyle Steger Gold Glove bobblehead night, courtesy of Root Sports, for the first 20,000 fans. Get your tickets today at mariners.com and be sure to arrive early on June 2nd against New York. Yankees without Jacoby Ellsbury on the disabled list. They've really been reeling lately, although they were able to get to Kansas City the other day. Took down the first place Royals 14-1. That snaps a 6-game losing streak for the Yankees. 1 ball and 1 strike to Franklin. All that said, New York in second place by a half game behind the Rays. They're somehow treading water despite a lot of losses lately. Right back to the glove of Castillo. 1-2. Happ turns, tosses home. Franklin spoils it foul.
And Happ is going right after Franklin. 3 fastballs in a row. Nick swinging through the first 2, barely getting a piece of that last fastball. Late swing from him. Jay now at 100 pitches.
The 1-2. 2-2.
Try to throw the curveball again. Missed well off the plate away.
Happ with 1 walk, 1 hit batter, and 3 strikeouts. Another foul ball. And now the bullpen will start to loosen up a little bit.
It will be Tom Wilhelmsen.
Starting to stretch out. Franklin to the opposite field, sends Smith into the corner. Seth Smith tracks it down for round number 2.
Lloyd made the comment last year about how important Tom Wilhelmsen was to his bullpen. I think now that they are a man short out there, it's going to be even more so. He's going to have to do a lot of different things. The good news, Tom capable.
He's basically done it all.
He can be your long man. As you see Seth Smith running in right field to make the catch. He's closed at times. He's been a setup. He can do everything for you.
Even a couple of spot starts.
Yeah.
In steps Rivera. Pops it up, trying to escape out of play, and it does. For strike 1. Rivera doubled in his first at bat of the second inning. Flew out to left to the first pitch you saw in the 4th. Now, to Happ's credit, despite that rocky first inning, 2 runs, 34 pitches, he's an out away from 6 innings tonight. And has kept the Mariners in the game.
He is also at a season high now, 105 with his pitch count.
Here's 1-1. 1-2. Happ a strike away from going a full 6 innings here tonight. And the left-hander delivers. Another foul ball.
Again, you can see Rivera set up on the inside corner, and that fastball ended up on the outside corner. There's been a number of times in the game where they've tried to get in on the hands of the right-handers, but Jay just has not been able to locate his fastball.
And that skips in. Now, the few times that he's thrown the curveball tonight, it just hasn't been there.
No, and I have to give him a lot of credit. As you mentioned, pitching through 6 innings and still keeping his club in the ball game. It's one of the reasons why you like to have them veterans in the rotation. They'll continue to battle and try to make some adjustments. Missing with that fastball. So he is probably getting to his limit, I think.
A pitch away from 110. Trying to end the 6th right here. Not this time. Next pitch will be number 8. And once again, Happ's payoff pitch. This hugs the line. Seager scoops it up. And the side is retired in order. Another nice play by Kyle Seager as Happ, after a rocky first inning, goes a full 6. But the Rays had the lead. And Brad Miller will have to face a new pitcher. And Mike, we see Kevin Jepsen for the first time of this series.
Hard throwing right-hander, former Angel. He's going to take over for the Rays and pitch the 7th inning. Miller, Taylor, and Jackson due up. 22nd appearance on the year, 1.86 ERA for Jepsen. Opponent's hitting 176 against him. He's given up 1 home run. Has a good fastball. He'll be in the mid-90s with his fastball.
He was traded over in December for Matt Joyce, who we now see in the outfield for the Angels. First pitch missing to Miller. For Jepsen, this marks year number 8 in the big leagues. He spent the first 7 with the Angels. 1-1. Miller pops it up just out of the infield. Beckham calls for it. He's there for out number 1.
Number 1.
And that'll bring in Chris Taylor. As we mentioned, Taylor got off to a bit of a tough start since being recalled from AAA Tacoma, but then had a nice series in Toronto, back-to-back games with a couple of hits. Really, when you look at his numbers in the minor leagues, parts of 4 seasons in the minors since being drafted out of the University of Virginia, a lifetime almost .320 hitter in the minor leagues. And he just continued to hit at every level along the way. Not a big home run hitter, still looking for his first home run in the big leagues, but a guy who can use the entire field, and if minor league numbers mean something, Blow, and they do.
Well, I think you can look at the little bit that he played last year. He did a pretty good job last year swinging the bat for the Mariners at the major league level.
He did. Hit 287 in about 50 games.
Strange sometimes, Aaron, you have a season and he's competing for the starting shortstop job in spring training. He ends up getting hurt, goes on the disabled list. Those things sometimes change. All that work you put in the winter, and now all of a sudden you're on the DL. They make a difference. And I think the other part of it, and I say this all the time, when you have a player that has been traded to you or you have a call-up that comes up, I think it's so important, especially if they're young, to get off to a fast start. It doesn't mean that they're going to struggle at some point, but when they get off to a slow start, everybody has questions about it and what they're going to do.
So mostly from a mental standpoint.
I think so.
Yeah, makes sense. 2 balls and 2 strikes, and the pitch to Taylor. Cuts through it. 96 that time of the gun from Jepson, who strikes out his first man.
And I think it's especially true when you're a young player and you haven't struggled. And you have to deal with it at this level. This is just a good fastball, well located on the outside corner.
2 up, 2 down for Jepson. Now the 4th pitcher the Mariners are seeing tonight. We saw Colomé get the start, 5 1/3 innings, giving up both the runs so far. Then Cedeno, Geltz each working 1/3 of an inning. Now it's Jepson's turn.
You have Smith waiting on deck, Cano after that, so the hard throwing left-hander for the Rays, Jake McGee, getting loose in the pen.
McGee can be a nightmare. You see Smith. Meanwhile, Wilhelmsen still warming up for the Mariners. 1 ball and 1 strike to Austin Jackson. Now tonight marking Austin's first game since May 3rd when he rolled the ankle in Houston. Tom getting loose. Jackson playing in 9 rehab games with the Rainiers. And there was a conscious effort not to bring Austin back to the ball club in Toronto because of the turf. Of course, still turf here in St. Pete, but not nearly as soft of turf as what we saw up at Rogers Center north of the border.
And it would have been 6 straight days on the turf, which I think they wanted to avoid.
The 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we're seeing Lloyd even kind of work around that for his regulars. DH Nelson Cruz each of the last 2 days, including tonight. Getting him off his legs of the turf a little bit.
We saw Cano DH again.
The next pitch to Jackson. Down on strikes. Jepson out of the bullpen. Retires the side in order. It's up to the bottom of the 7th. Time to stretch. Rays maintain a slim 1-run lead. would change your bucket list. Play today. Inside the Tropicana Field here in St. Petersburg, Florida. It's on to the bottom of the 7th inning. New pitcher will be up on the mound for the Mariners. As the Rays holding right now a 1-run lead. Jay Happ, Mike, 6 innings, 3 runs, 7 hits, and now it's up to Tom Wilhelmsen.
Poor Tom, his 8th appearance. A 1.93 ERA, 13 strikeouts in 9 1/3. 1.93 ERA for Tom. Opponent's hitting .222 against him. Good fastball in the mid-90s, 12-6 curveball, a mix in an occasional changeup, a cutter. We'll get the top of the lineup. Geyer, Butler, and Longoria due up. They're in the bottom of the 7th.
Second time make it the 3rd time we've seen Wilhelmsen on this road trip. He pitched 2 innings in relief after the rain delay following Jay Happ in Baltimore, then an inning scoreless most recently in Toronto. Geyers fouls the first pitch back. Take a look at what Jay Happ did tonight.
6 innings, 7 hits, 3 runs. They were all earned. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He threw 111 pitches, 67 of those for strikes. And again, I think Jay really did a good job after throwing 34 pitches in the first inning to stay in the ball game and work his way through 6.
That was really the impressive part. You thought that things could easily unravel from the seams for Happ after so many pitches in the first inning. What would he be like going forward, especially with 2 runs tagged against him, but only 1 run over his next 5. Right in line with Taylor, scoops on the run. Out number 1.
It'll be interesting to hear what Jay says after the game. For me, I thought it was a gutsy performance. We've definitely seen him a lot better. I didn't think his breaking ball was very good today. He did throw some good changeups. His fastball command. I mean, he was just really just grinding his way through this game, and he saved the bullpen by doing that, and he kept the club in the game, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's easy to walk away from this game tonight thinking that Happ didn't pitch very well because it wasn't one of his prettier starts in terms of what you were saying, the command.
Wasn't as easy.
Right, and the rough first inning, but really, when this one's all said and done, kept the Mariners in it as Butler comes up with his 3rd hit. A double, now a couple of singles.
Have a great pitching matchup tomorrow. Felix, 13 starts. Let's see what he's done in his career against the Rays. 5-2, ERA 2.12. Can't believe he hasn't won in this ballpark.
Especially when he strikes out 15 last year.
No decision in that one.
He'll be opposed by Chris Archer. Archer was talking to reporters today, and they were asking him about what he liked in terms of stats, and he said that a win-loss record for a pitcher is essentially extinct, was his opinion. He's not alone. First pitch, Longoria smokes it into the corner. Miller can't get there. It's a foul ball. It's a foul ball. Everybody will go back.
Really good effort by Brad. He knew he was getting close to the wall. It's a really short wall where this ball is going to hit. Brad goes into a slide trying to make the play, and it is just foul. He hit the wall hard. He wasn't sure if it was foul or not. He did the right thing. Chased after the ball and got it in a hurry, but that could have done some damage to Brad. It looks like he's fine.
And once again, Kevin Cash. We've seen a lot of Cash out on the field tonight. He wants the umpires to take a look at this one, fair or foul. That was close.
Really good effort. And the best thing that Brad did on trying to make that play, Aaron, was to go into that slide, because if you look down where the ball landed right there, that wall is literally right at his knees. That could have caused some damage to him, so good play.
That really goes back to what you were saying earlier. Miller hasn't had an opportunity to make this play this year, so this is the first time that he's in this position, and it kind of goes back to just his natural athletic abilities, you'd have to think.
No, you're absolutely right, and the ball was hooking away from him. We'll take a look at it. Hard to tell from that replay.
This review is initiated by the crew chief. It's an umpire review. Ryan Gorman, the crew chief, the man on the left there. So Kevin Cash basically came out and requested it be taken a look, and the umpires could say yes or no, and they have decided to yes, take a look.
And the veteran umpire Jerry Lane, the umpire to your right, is the one that made the call. He made the call right away that it was a foul ball.
And remember, this is always worth remembering, that the review center back in New York, there's always a chance that they have an angle or even two that we don't have, and that you won't be seeing at home.
And it was certainly a close play, and I think one of the things that made it difficult to see is the slide by Brad going into the corner. Certainly taking a long look at it.
We saw a replay earlier, the play at the plate, which was about 3 minutes. Here we go. And it's a fair ball. They'll move the base runner, Joey Butler, first to third, and Longoria will stay put at second base. So that call overturned, and based on what we saw, it sure seems like they had a shot that maybe we didn't have. But here's a new look.
Take a look at our Alaska Supermo.
And there you go.
Yeah, definitely a fair ball.
And that angle makes it pretty definitive. Great hustle, though, by Miller. So the thing's getting a little sticky here.
Yeah, Mariners will have to bring their infield in. Can't afford to give up any more runs. Getting too late in the ball game. Jake McGee, the left-hander for the Rays, continues to throw in their pen.
Strike one. So will Helmson try to dance around a single and now a double as you see McGee.
Mariners have a lefty in their pen getting loose. Charlie Furbush starting to get loose.
1 ball and 1 strike. Been a great start to the season for Furbush.
Rays have had a lot of opportunities in this game. Jay Happ able to hold them down to a 2 for 10 with runners in scoring position.
They were 0 for 10 last night. Well, Helmson's 1-1 inside. Rays left 11 men last night on the base paths. Infield in, 2 balls and 1 strike. And a soft pop up, shallow, trouble. Smith able to make the catch. Covering a lot of turf for a big out number 2.
Shortstop, number 1, TBA.
And a good pitch from Tom as a fastball gets it in on his hands, jams him. But with the infield in, Cano had to run a pretty good distance with his back to the play. It looked like he was going to be able to make the catch, but an easier play for Seth Smith, who called him off.
Smith's had a couple of nice catches, some good range tonight in right field. So Butler stays put at third, Longoria at second, 2 outs for Tim Beckham. Beckham without a hit tonight. And Wilhelmsen starts him off with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball that misses. Two on, 2 out. A ball and a strike. Tom trying to get out of a jam here in the 7th inning. Is 1-1. Check swing, a strike. So Beckham now in a bit of a corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Butler at third, Longoria at second. Tom's been pretty tough in these situations. The 1-2. Chopper foul. Came in that time with the curveball that messed up the timing, you could tell there from Beckham.
Tom throwing the curveball. It was right in the middle of the plate, but Beckham out in front of it. Only 77 miles an hour. Tough to keep your hands back that long when you know his fastball's 95.
You saw that 95-mile-an-hour heater just a couple of pitches before. Big battle here. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Second and third base. Big strikeout there for Tom Wilhelmsen. Hits him with a breaking ball. Beckham down on strikes, and the Rays keep 2 runners dangling out there in scoring position. It's up to the 7th. Mariners very much in this ball game, trailing by just a run. And now he's a game changer. King Griffey Jr. making a cameo today inside the Trop. Talking things over with Justin Ruggiano. Some hitting lessons. Ruggiano trying to give Griffey a ticket to the gun show there, Mike.
I think he did.
You did too.
Well, what a great opportunity, even at this level, when you have a chance to talk to a first ballot Hall of Famer and work on a few things. And you can see Justin there going through his swing a little bit.
That's good stuff. And a good shot there. Right place, right time. Real hands-on instruction from Junior Ruggiano today. We've got a pinch hitter, Ricky Weeks, taking over for Seth Smith. Meanwhile, new pitcher Jake McGee, hard-throwing lefty, up on the mound. So Smith done after going 1 for 3, a single and a run scored, an RBI as well.
Ricky has done well as a pinch hitter. 3 for 11 with a home run.
Two and one.
McGee was on the disabled list. Only 3 innings for him, but 6 strikeouts in 3 innings. Has now walked a batter.
McGee was supposed to be the closer for the Rays, but banged up a little bit, time of the disabled list, and now that he's back, Brad Boxberger still the closer. Boxberger's been just dynamite this year for the Rays.
Ricky in a great count, 3-1 against a fastball pitcher, and Ricky has a pinch hit home run this year.
Three one up the middle, and it's cut off there, but no throw. Franklin some nice range, but Ricky Weeks an infield single.
Another pinch hit, base hit for Ricky Weeks. Now 4 for 12 with a home run. Take a look at it. It's good fastball from McGee. Jams him a little bit, fights it off back up the middle. Willie Bloomquist going to pinch run for Ricky.
Bloomquist the tying run, and Cano at the plate.
And for Lloyd, we were talking about the bullpen going from 7 relievers to 6, but that also lengthened out the bench for Lloyd McClendon. They'd had 4 guys on the bench, now they have 5, so Lloyd has that to his disposal. Ackley, Ruggiano, and Zunino still on the bench for him.
Ball and a strike to Cano. Big at bat here. The 1-1. Now, last year, McGee's average fastball was right at about 96 or 97 miles an hour. This year, his velocity down a little bit. In fact, his velocity of last year, 97.5 average fastball. Velo down a little bit. You can see tonight hasn't quite reached that high, as we mentioned, coming off the disabled list. Cutting through at 94 that time, 2-2.
And that's his best fastball so far. Nelson Cruz waiting on deck. Nobody throwing in the pen for the Rays.
Bloomquist a tying run. He leads at first, held by Forsythe. Pinch running for Ricky Weeks. And here's a 2-2. Cano fights it off foul. Cruz on deck. Now tonight, just adding another chapter to the season of Mariners tight ball games. They have almost all been like this.
And when you have games like this, you typically will go back through and replay in your mind maybe a few things that you could have done a little bit better, and the Mariners right now doing that.
Well, certainly the at bat of the first inning, part of it.
Bases loaded, 1 out. And they ended up hitting into a double play to end that threat when Colomé, who had started through 38 pitches in the first inning, so he was really struggling out there, was able to get out of the inning, giving up the 2 runs. You would have liked to have seen him at least 1 more. And then I think you have to look at the double play that wasn't turned in the 3rd inning, and the Rays end up scoring a run because of it.
A little bit of a bobble in that double play.
Yep. Beckham steals second, and then with a 2-out base hit, he scores to give them the lead. And in this series, we felt it was going to be close games, low-scoring games, and here we are. Well, Robbie putting up a fight. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. All of them fastballs away from him.
Now that has been the blueprint on Cano. Although more recently we have seen some pitchers with that breaking ball to the back foot to Robinson, trying to get him to swing over it. The opposite way. Elmore can't get there. Drops in front of the left fielder. And the Mariners have the first 2 men to reach. Bloomquist down to second. Cano, his second hit tonight. So that's back-to-back multi-hit games for the Mariners second baseman.
Well, it was a battle, but on the 8th pitch, it's a fastball in the middle of the plate. And this is really what you wanted to see, get Nelson Cruz up to home plate with the left-hander on the mound. Nelson this year hitting .533 with 6 home runs against left-handed pitching.
And right now the closer, Brad Boxberger, beginning to loosen up. Ball 1 to Cruz.
You can see the numbers against lefties.
What video game is that from? That's terrifying if you're a southpaw. One and one. Tough pitch there. He has been awfully clutch so far this season. Bloomquist at second, Cano at first base. The 1-1. Swinging for the fences.
He had a high fastball, 93 miles an hour, was in the middle of the plate and elevated.
And this area has been a struggle for the Mariners this season. Runners in scoring position. Cruz trying to cash in here, though. 2 on, nobody out. The 1-2. He stays alive. Now the Mariners have not had a man standing at second base since the first inning. Got to do some damage here. Nobody out, 2 on. Again, the 1-2 pitch. Quickly off of Franklin. Bloomquist held up at third. Everybody is safe.
That will be an E4, I'm sure. Not sure you can hit the ball any harder than that, but it was right at Nick Franklin. And again, the Rays, we've talked a lot about their pitching first in ERA, but they're also first in defense, so a break for the Mariners. Take a look at it. This ball is hit on the button, fastball in the outside corner and down. And it eats Nick Franklin up. Cruz hustling the entire way.
Long way to chase after it.
And it brings up one of the hot hitters for the Mariners, Kyle Seager. Kyle 1 for 3 with an RBI in this one.
So the Mariners again right here with the bases loaded. They had him loaded with 1 out in the first, couldn't cash in. Now they have him loaded with nobody out. Seager hits a bomb out to right field. Doesn't have enough. Geyer is there. It goes. Grand slam, Kyle Seager. Mariners have taken the lead on McGee and the Rays.
And for Seager, he now has 5 RBIs in the game. A nice lead for the Mariners late in this game.
We take a look at the Columbia Bank difference of the game, and, well, we just saw it. Here it is again. Worth another look.
Fastball right down the middle. Kyle paying attention. A lot of fastballs from McGee. McGee did not have his good fastball tonight, and Kyle takes advantage of it. What a huge error by the Rays. That would have certainly been a double play ball, and Kyle with the grand slam.
Well, we mentioned it in the first inning. The Mariners have been a long time without a grand slam. In fact, the longest drought in franchise history. You can see the last time it happened. Brad Miller was the last man to hit a grand slam for the Mariners against the A's, and it is Seager here tonight. So the longest drought in franchise history without a grand slam has come to a close.
And there's still nobody out. Kyle was certainly ready to hit that first pitch fastball.
Now this game has certainly changed with one swing. Now a chance for Logan Morrison. You're right about the fastball from McGee, Mike. This is not the same McGee that we've seen in years past.
No, if he throws a fastball and the velocity of it's down, it's going to be 95, and he can top out 98, 99 as Morrison puts a charge into one out in right center.
This has some life to it. Kiermaier is there, though. Round number one. A lot of smiles in the Mariners dugout now. It had been slim pickings over the first 7 innings, but Seager touches them all with a grand slam, and here comes Kevin Cash. Mariners have a lot of life. They also have a 6-3 lead, and they'll face a new pitcher. We'll step aside. What a big blast there by Kyle Seager for Siegs, his 8th on the season. We're back after this timeout. Has packed a grand slam. We take another look at it.
I really thought I had a chance to hit that walkway.
That had a ton of carry to it. And just what the Mariners needed. They scored 2 runs over the first 7 innings, 4 runs on 1 swing, as now Ernesto Frieri takes over out of the bullpen. He has given up more home runs than any reliever in baseball so far this year.
Take a look at his numbers. High ERA for him. This will be his 20th appearance. 6 home runs. If the ball had hit the walkway, it would have still been a grand slam.
Maybe next time. We play tomorrow.
Edgar Martinez hit the walkway.
First to do it. That was back in '98. Castillo fouls it back. But this has, Mike, we say this, it's redundant at this point, but we say it every day. This has been a phenomenal road trip for Kyle Seager, and that really punctuates it.
No, I agree. If you throw his defense in there, too, he's been exceptional in the field, and now a 12-game hitting streak, couple hits tonight, 5 RBIs in this one. The Mariners looked like they were in tough shape. The inning started well. Ricky Weeks pinch hitting and getting that base hit. Of course, Cano putting up the battle he put up to get the hit, and then the error certainly helped against the best fielding team in the American League. That would have been a double play. But Kyle makes him pay for it on a first pitch fastball. Things turn around in a hurry.
Now for Seager, 5 RBIs ties a career high. Drove in 5 against the Astros in April of last year. In fact, that was a grand slam game as well, I believe. 2-2 to center field. Kiermaier makes another one of those catches that has filled so many highlight reels. Robs Castillo the base hit.
We talked about Kiermaier at the start of the game. He covers a lot of ground. That's not an easy play to make when you have to dive straight in on the line drive.
Here is Brad Miller. 2 outs, nobody on. That other 5 RBI game for Seager was last year when he hit the walk-off 3-run homer, which ended what was about an 8-game losing streak for the Mariners against the Astros. So no grand slam. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, had not had one. The Mariners, that is, since 2013, but second 5 RBI game for Kyle Seager, tying a career high.
Nobody throwing in the Mariner pen, so Tom Wilhelmsen, he will go back and pitch the bottom of the 8th inning. Tom came on, pitched in the 7th inning.
Now on the plus side of this one tonight, the 1-2 up high. Well, this inning began with the infield single by Weeks, then a single by Cano that he dumped into left field, then the air on a ball put in play by Nelson Cruz off of Franklin's glove, and then Seager wasted no time. First pitch. Full count to Miller. Frieri, the former closer for the Angels. And a 2-out walk. It was interesting when the Pirates and the Angels essentially swapped closers. Jason Grilli last year going over to Anaheim. Frieri going to Pittsburgh. His time in black and gold did not last long now with Tampa Bay. And this year not off to a great start for Frieri, former San Diego Padre. Came up with the Padres, in fact. Two outs, Miller at first base. There goes Brad. A strike. Throw to second. Miller safe. His 4th steal this year.
Well, Brad ends up running on the right pitch. It's an off-speed pitch, just 81 miles an hour. Strong throw by Rivera, but an easy stolen base for Brad.
Oh, 0-2. Now Frieri dotting the corner. Last couple of pitches.
I have the Mariners 3 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Kyle Seager with 2 of those hits.
It was originally ruled a fielder's choice for Seager in the first inning, then overturned to an infield single. Missing to make it 1-2.
Frieri is another one who's lost something off of his fastball. When he was the closer for the Angels, you used to see a lot of fastballs in the mid-90s from him. And now his fastball has been 90, 91 with a lot of breaking balls, off-speed pitches.
Seemed like it had a lot of movement to it as well. Taylor stays alive.
We were talking about it early in the broadcast. He is somebody that has some deception to his delivery, too, so that's going to speed things up. But Cano looks like he's awfully happy. It's the middle of your batting order right there. Cano with 2 hits tonight.
Not a bad trio. Strike 3 called on Taylor. Frieri a fastball. Miller stranded. But Kyle Seager, a grand slam, the first one for the Mariners since 2013, has given the Mariners the lead. Grand slam. In the 8th inning, we're taking a look here at the Alaska Supermo. Out to right field. And Ian Cano celebrating after that one. The Mariners now have taken the lead 6-3. What a series, what a trip for Kyle Seager. Jake Elmore leading things off for Tampa Bay, facing Tom Wilhelmsen back out there. He took over in the 7th for half. 1 ball and no strikes. Ackley is now in left, taking over for Miller. And Willie Bloomquist stays in right field, where Seth Smith got the start. Jackson not having to run all that far, and he's able to make the catch. 1 out.
Been able to run around quite a bit today, and his ankle looks as if it's perfectly fine. No problems with it. Austin Jackson out in center field.
He's got it to work out. Here comes Lloyd. Charlie Furbush ready to go in the bullpen. Nice job by Tom Wilhelmsen. He'll step aside, 1 out, nobody on. Mariners on top by 3. Here inside Tropicana Field. Mike, what do you think? You would not rappel down the CN Tower with me for some reason.
You can tell me about the walk. What's going on up there?
You want no part of it? No need?
No need.
That is pretty neat.
I like the view from where I'm sitting right now, Aaron.
That one's better, though, Mike. I don't think you can argue that.
Well, like I said, you can tell me all about it tomorrow morning.
Well, the catwalk is always interesting here inside Tropicana Field.
Thought Kyle Seager was going to hit it.
Yeah, now I can understand why. Here's Charlie Furbush taking over for Tom Wilhelmsen. And Kiermaier goes around for strike 1.
Mark Lowe starting to get loose in the pen. For Charlie, his 19th appearance on the year, a 1.74 ERA for Charlie. Opponent's hitting just 135 against him.
He's been rock solid this year. 0-2. Kiermaier's timing a little messed up on that pitch, that swing.
He doesn't appear to be real comfortable against a left-hander's breaking ball. I think if Charlie throws him a slider off the plate away, probably get a good chance he'll get him to chase it. We saw that with Elias yesterday.
Is that because it looks like it's coming right in on him?
Yeah, I think for him, he has a tough time keeping his front side in there. When the ball comes out of Charlie's hand, it's going to look as if it's in the middle of the plate. He's looking for a fastball. He's going to hunt the fastball right here. And if you can have that pitch finish off the plate away like Charlie did on the first pitch he threw him, he'll chase it. He has not been able to lay off of that pitch. Happ was able to strike him out in the first inning. Charlie missed badly with that one.
2-2. Seager's grand slam giving the Mariners now a 3-run lead. High towering fly ball, floating foul. Logan Morrison, Cano, and also Bloomquist giving chase, and Lomo just can't quite make the play in foul territory. Yeah, you can see him looking up.
Yeah, looking up at the roof. That's a tough play if you can see the ball well, but here we showed you the roof. It's a little bit tricky. And Logan is a good athlete. He can cover a lot of ground. He had to run a long way to try to get to this. And he makes an adjustment at the end, trying to reach back over his left shoulder to make the catch, and wasn't able to get it.
You're right, Mike. Seemingly nothing's out of his range from what we've seen this year. He gets to a lot of fly balls in foul territory, especially up towards right field. They'll do it again, 2-2. This time out to center. Now the workout for Austin Jackson continues. He's been busy. Makes another catch here, 2 outs. Second time Kiermaier has flown out that way. And brings in Nick Franklin. The Rays grabbed 2 runs in the first inning. Happ really scuffled through 34 pitches, but then Jay settled down through the next 5 innings scoreless. Little squibber. Cano out number 3. So the side retired in order between Wilhelmsen and Charlie Furbush. We have played 8 innings, and the Mariners leading by 3. Three lead, thanks in large part to Kyle Seager's grand slam of the 8th inning. Austin Jackson to lead things off for the Mariners. First pitch, right there to Beckham, and a quick out number 1 as we go back to the Ford Sports Desk and bring in Dave Valley. And Val, we are being told that one of your keys to the game today was for the heart of the order to click, and well, it certainly did that, didn't it?
Well, it's a good pick, Val. I'll share something with you. On the radio side before the game, we had the pick to click, and I picked Kyle Seager. Now, it's a little bit different in that I picked Kyle for the last 4 days, and I'm looking pretty good. Oh, gotcha. Well, Val, you know, that's interesting you said that, because that's exactly what I said. And I said that, and you remember this, when Edgar used to get hot, we used to say party on, Gar, and he would just keep it going for a long period of time. And that's what I've been saying on the radio side, party on Kyle, because we've seen that from him. And I think it takes a special player once you get in that zone to stay in there and really do some damage.
Well, good stuff there. Dave Valley back at the Ford Sports Desk. As well, it seems like you and Val are thinking along the same lines recently, Mike.
Well, and I told Kevin Kremen on the radio side, I said, I'll let you know when to stop playing that. I don't actually have to come over here every day and pick Kyle.
That's
because
true. They've got to record it someplace.
I think so.
And steps Cano with 2 outs. To left field, Elmore near the warning track for round number 3. So Frieri retires the Mariners in order, as Fernando Rodney warming up in the bullpen for the second straight night, looking for another save. Mariners by 3. And once again, it is Fernando Rodney time.
Looking for his 14th save on the year. 18 strikeouts, over 18 in the third for Fernando. And with the grand slam by Kyle Seager, finally get an opportunity to get a save, but nice little cushion, 3-run lead for him.
That is nice.
David De Jesus, the veteran, is going to pinch hit for Rene Rivera, the catcher.
Rodney getting the save last night, now going for it again this evening. Facing his former team, was with Tampa Bay for 2 years. 2012, he was an all-star with the Rays. 2013 as well, managed by Joe Madden. On the face of left-handed bat of De Jesus. Starts him off with the first pitch strike. You can see the workload for Rodney over the last week. And it's 0-2. Now DeJesus quickly back on his heels here. Rodney ahead. And the 0-2. Up and in. Fastball getting away. 1-2. Rays need a couple of base runners. On a line to left field, a base hit. DeJesus, a leadoff single, and it's back to the top of the order.
94-mile-an-hour fastball in the middle of the plate. And the veteran DeJesus just going with the pitch.
Tying run for the Rays now on deck. In steps Geyer. Buzzes the tower a little bit. Ball 1. Two and 0. Rodney last night allowed 1 hit in the 9th inning on way to the save. Swing and a miss there. 2-1. That hit last night came with 2 outs to Butler. Butler is due up next.
So far from Rodney, 7 pitches, only 1 changeup.
Gets out of the glove of Castillo. DeJesus stays put. Fastball that time.
Really wide up the plate. It was a good play by Castillo.
Butler on deck.
He's had a good night. 3 for 4 night for Butler.
Rodney's 3-1 pitch.
Trouble.
No man's land, shallow right. Cano, Lundqvist. And all of a sudden, the tying run comes to the plate with nobody out. Back-to-back singles.
Fernando was able to jam him with that pitch. It's a little flare out in the right field. It was an elevated fastball, probably middle end. Late swing, jams him.
And Castillo out to have a quick chat.
Well, you would really like to see a double play ball right here. You have Longoria, the veteran, waiting on deck. And Lloyd certainly doesn't want to see him come to the plate as the tying run.
Butler a double and a run scored back in the 1st. Singled in the 5th, singled in the 7th. Goes around.
Now there's the good changeup. 81 miles an hour down out of the strike zone. Take a look at the replay on the changeup. Guessing fastball.
Another changeup, this time too low. Butler had the only Rays hit against Rodney last night in a scoreless 9th inning. in and bites him. The winning run is coming to the plate in the form of Evan Longoria. Yikes. Now the Rays suddenly have a lot of life in this ninth inning. This has not started well for Rodney, to say the least. A couple of singles to hit batter. Now Evan Longoria. Now an 11-game hitting streak for the Rays' third baseman. Time call. Rick waits, looking on. With some white knuckles.
Well, and for Rodney to get ahead of Longoria, I'd like to see something away on the outside corner. Longoria really likes the fastball, and if you get it in there, he just missed hitting a home run his last time up when he doubled down the left field line. Try to keep the ball away from him if you can.
De Jesus over at third base. Gets it on the corner for strike one. Geyer at second. Butler was just hit by the pitch at first. Winning run is at the plate. 0-2.
You can see Longoria to swing that fastball in the inside corner. And he tried to hit it out of the ballpark.
Trying to end this one.
Take a look at it. Fastball inside.
The 0-2. Check swing. Appeal. Does not go. Trip Gibson umpiring at first base. First three men reaching for the Rays in the bottom of the ninth inning. The 1-2 to left field. Ackley right there. Ackley leaves his feet and it's just off the fence. De Jesus in. Geyer is in. Butler has to stay at third base. And that nearly got out. Now the quicksand is getting a little tighter here inside the Trop.
We'll take a look at it. Out in front of a changeup. And this will hit right off the top of the fence. Ackley trying to go up and grab it just out of his reach. Lloyd McClendon going to make a trip out to the mound now. That looked as if it was about as close as you can get without hitting it out of the ballpark. It looked like it was a changeup left middle in.
Now you're right, that looked like it was about to end it. Lloyd speaks his mind, now back in the dugout. Longoria, his third hit, his second double.
Still nobody out, and 3 hits, including that double and a hit batter.
First 4 men on base. And here is Forsythe, who has driven in 3 runs the last 3 games for the Rays. Tying run is 90 feet from home. That's Butler. The winning run, Longoria at second.
Mariners have their infield about halfway.
Strike one. Now, for all of the ups and downs from Rodney this year, he has blown only 1 save. But the ride can be a little turbulent at times. And tonight, one of those examples. The 0-1. way high.
And we've shown how busy Rodney has been over the last week. His best fastball tonight has been 94 miles an hour.
Tying run at third, winning run at second. 2-1. Now Rodney has really been pinned in a corner here in the 9th inning. Single, hit batter, double. That nearly won the game. Next pitch to Forsythe. Pops it up. Logan Morrison sets his sights on it. He is there for out number 1. And a big out number 1 at that. That'll bring in Tim Beckham.
Take a look at it. Right at the top of the strike zone. And outside of a strikeout, you can't do much better than this. Pop up foul territory. Is Logan able to handle it? Looks like Cabrera is going to come out and pitch for Beckham. Joe Beimel starting to get loose in the pen. Rodney now at 20 pitches.
We've not seen Cabrera in this series. Tweaked a groin injury in the finale against the Oakland A's right before the Mariners came to town.
Well, that'll be it for the left-handed hitters. De Jesus has already hit. He led this inning off with a base hit. The switch hitter Cabrera going to the plate. You have first base open, and I think Lloyd will probably put him on. You have a young hitter in Elmore, although he's had a good series waiting on deck, and he is right-handed, and they will put him on. Joe Beimel getting loose in the pen for the Mariners. If you take a look at Elmore, 2 for 4 tonight. He had a couple of hits in last night's game.
And ball 2. Butler at third, Longoria at second, and Cabrera soon to be at first base.
And I think you have the veteran in Cabrera. I think you have to do this in this situation. But it really puts a little more pressure on Rodney to throw strikes early in the count.
And not that he would hit another man, but we've seen him hit one batter tonight. His control has been spotty. And no margin of error for error now. Base is full for Jake Elmore.
You can see all the coaches having a long discussion in the dugout. And it appears that the middle of the diamond's going to move back. Try to play for the double play right here. Logan Morrison even with the bag at first. So is Kyle Seager. Now starting to move back a little bit.
Butler at third base. Longoria at second. Cabrera is at first. Winning run in scoring position. First pitch strike. Rodney needs 2 outs. It's already been a career night for Elmore. It comes up empty, tied up. 0-2.
Well, I think Fernando caught a little bit of a break. You can see where the first pitch was thrown well in off the plate. It was called a strike. Rodney goes right back in there, and Elmore swings over the top of it.
Bases loaded. Rodney's 0-2. Elmore to Seager. Cano onto first base, wide of the bag, and this game is tied. It's a blown save for Rodney. We are tied with 2 outs. Looked like that would be it. Butler in from third.
We'll take a look at it. Kyle fields it cleanly. It looks as if it's a really good throw to Cano at second base. He had time. The runner was not on top of him yet. Boy, he just spiked it. He didn't have a good grip on the ball at all and just threw it into the ground. Good play by Morrison to keep it from going up against the fence.
Longoria, the winning run, 90 feet from home. Been a tough series for Kiermaier. First pitch inside as Elmore will take second base. Kiermaier 0 for 8. First 2 games of the series, including tonight. The 1-0 to Cano. Handles this one. And we are off to the 10th inning. The Mariners came to the bottom of the 9th with a 6-3 lead as the Rays hang 3 runs on the board. And we are going to extras. Wild side. Boy, Mike, this was not what you expected to see in the 9th.
Well, you know, I think one of the things that we talked about at the beginning of this series, both pitching staff have been pitching extremely well, and it was going to come down to low-scoring games and defense. And the Mariners are going to look back at this one, a couple of double plays that they just did not turn in this one. So,
and you figure for Cano as
he and Kyle have turned that double play all day long. I was shocked to see that ball thrown in the dirt like that is. Then again, the runner wasn't on top of him. I will hear from him after the game, but he just did not have a good grip. That's what it looked like to me. And he decided to try to make the throw anyway, and it ended up in the dirt and wide of first. And again, it was a good play by Logan Morrison to keep it from getting past him, because if it had, the runner that was on third, that went to third, would have come around to score. So a good play by Morrison. Brad Boxberger going to take over. Perfect 13 for 13 in his save opportunities this year. This is obviously not a save appearance for him. It'll be his 19th appearance on the year. A 1.10 ERA, 24 strikeouts, and 16 in the third. Opponents hitting just 158 against Boxberger.
And Bobby Wilson, the new catcher. Cabrera out defensively. He's at short. First pitch inside to Cruz. The Mariners were trailing going into the 8th inning, and then Seager hit the grand slam. That made it 6-3 Mariners, but then the Rays with 3 runs of their own in the 9th. Cabrera getting tested right away with a dive, and the throw not in time. So with that, the go-ahead run at first base. Nice work there for Nelson Cruz as he comes up with his 1,000th career hit and his second of this one tonight.
Well, let's see if Kyle Seager can do it again. Kyle so far tonight, 5 RBIs, including the grand slam. You can see 2 for 4 with the grand slam. 5 RBIs for him.
There goes Cruz. A strike, down to second. Nelson's out.
will be interesting because it looked as if he tagged him on top of his head. It's just a matter of whether his hand was in there. Take a look at the replay. He's waiting as Lloyd McClendon looks at it too. Not a bad jump.
Tough to tell from that angle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he was able to get him.
Caught stealing. 1 out, nobody on now. And Seager behind 0-2.
And Kyle didn't like that call. Fastball off the plate away. Joe Beimel getting loose again in the Mariners pen.
Seager to center. This ball's got an extra gear to it. It is back and it is gone. Kyle Seager, a grand slam, and now a home run here in the 10th. A career best 6 RBI night for Kyle Seager, who has put the Mariners back on top in the 10th. You were saying, Mike?
Maybe he can do it again. Dead center field. 404 to the center field fence. Take a look at the swing. He gets a fastball in the middle of the plate. And Kyle has been swinging the bat so well, he's not going to miss that pitch, and he certainly didn't. Hit it probably about 415, 20 feet. You can see a career high 5 RBIs for Kyle.
Can I guess who your pick to click's going to be tomorrow?
Oh, I already told him.
Logan Morrison in the batter's box right now. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now, Boxberger has been so tough this year, Mike. You mentioned, although this is not a safe situation, that he had been flawless in save tries. That's the first home run that Boxberger has given up this year. Rodney, a rough bottom of the 9th inning. And the way these things work, a blown save for Rodney, but in line for the win as we speak. Lobo into center field, drops it in for a base hit.
And a 2-hit night for Logan. Mark Lowe has joined Joe Beimel in the pen.
Catcher,
Lowe was up earlier in the game.
For Boxberger, that was only the 3rd run that he has allowed this year, and the 1st run that Boxberger has coughed up since April 16th. First multi-home run game for Seager since last year against the Rangers. And the 5th time in his career. Awfully timely.
And I think that was the first home run that Boxberger has given up this year.
It was. 1-1. So Seager tonight has driven in 6 of the Mariners' 7 runs. Shift out for Castillo. 1-2. But Boxberger has been nearly invincible this year.
First multi-home run game for Kyle since April 27th of last year.
1-2.
That was against Texas. Good timing tonight. Mariners were behind and hits the grand slam to give him the 3-run lead, and now the lead again with another home run, the solo home run.
No kidding. Strike 3 called. Fastball inside corner. 2 outs.
Left fielder,
93 miles an hour setup away, but it is right on the inside corner. That'll bring up Dustin Ackley. Ackley getting his first at bat of the night. He came on as a defensive replacement for Miller in left field.
Starts him off with a breaking ball, strike 1. Quickly on the ground to Franklin, deep in the hole for out number 3. Kyle Seager, what a road trip, and more specifically, what a night it has been for the Mariners third baseman. The grand slam of the 8th, and here in the 10th inning, dead straightaway center field. Kiermaier needed a taller ladder. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Mariners trying to hang on for the win. Inning. Evan Longoria, now we came this close to having this game come to a close as Rodney came in with a pitch that caught a lot of the plate, Mike.
Yeah, change up right in the middle of the plate.
Bases were full, and we were this close to seeing a Rays walk-off win in the 9th inning. This close. We can thank the engineers of the ballpark. Wow. Nick Franklin to begin things. Once again, the Mariners need 3 outs. Weak comebacker, right to Beimel. Long underhand toss, out number 1. Been a tough day at the plate for Franklin. 0 for 5 now.
Joe Beimel on the year. This will be his 9th appearance. 2.84 ERA. Opponent's hitting .217 against Joe.
First pitch, a strike.
Bobby Wilson getting his first at bat of the game.
Wilson took over behind home plate. The 0-1. A ball and a strike. The Mariners still have Lowe warming up. This is teed off on, but hooking foul as the race is on. One ball, 2 strikes. Infield back, outfield spread wide, deep Still 1-2. This has been some kind of game. It has been a long game, and forget the extra inning side of things. You can see low. We are approaching the 4-hour mark at this point. Day game tomorrow. Felix versus Archer. Slow breaking ball to make it 2-2.
What's been interesting about it too is when both clubs have made some mistakes, it's really cost them tonight. And it's been on both sides.
You're right. To left field once again. Ackley on the move, and a foul ball. Now we saw both starting pitchers basically run a marathon in the first inning. For Colomé, this seems like forever ago, by the way. 38 pitches in the first inning. For Happ, 34 in the first. Both starting pitchers giving up 2 runs in the first inning. And then, for the most part, both starting pitchers really settled in after that first inning. Now the count goes full. Colomé went scoreless in the second, third, fourth, and fifth. He ended up going 5 1/3 innings, pitched into the 6th. And for Happ, 1 run over his next 5 innings. Keeping the Mariners in the ball game. Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Oh, what a big strikeout that is from Beimel. 2 down. And the Mariners now an out away.
Take a look at it. Gets him to chase a pitch down out of the strike zone. Looks like a changeup. It's one of the things we know about Joe Beimel, a veteran left-hander. He will not give in to the hitters.
Here is Geyer. Geyer representing the tying run. Starts him off with a strike. Geyer dropped a single into right field in the Rays rally in the 9th inning. Scored a run. 0-2.
Joe getting that first pitch strike. Perfect pitch at the knees on the outside corner. Geyer didn't particularly like it, and then you can see Joe just, let's go a little bit further out. He will do that, try to expand the zone on you.
Now Beimel a strike away. Trying to save this one for the Mariners. The 0-2 gets him swinging for strike number 3. Joe Beimel the save. We haven't said that before. And the Mariners win it for Beimel, his first save since he was a Washington National in 2009. Mike, what a game this one turned out to be.
It was a strange game. Mistakes made on both sides, and it cost both clubs. But I think when you look at this game, I think, first of all, give Jay Happ a lot of credit. I thought he really gutted through 6 innings today, which was helpful in this one, keeping the score down as much as he could. But really about Kyle Seager, a career-high 6 RBIs, including the grand slam that he hit in the 8th inning when the Mariners were behind 3 runs. And then, of course, the solo home run in the 10th inning to give them the lead. Kyle Seager is on some kind of run right now, and let's just hope it continues.
Incredible stuff. Mariners win this one in 10 innings. A final score of 7-6. Mariners postgame presented by Delta Airlines starts right now with Angie and Val.